And with this, we move on to 1.02. This is just our Board of Trustees ground rules and 2022 board vision, just something for us to reference as we move on with our meetings that we have here throughout the evening. 1.03, Chancellor's recommendation of the agenda.
The agenda is recommended as presented.
Thank you. 1.04, changes to the agenda and consent items to be pulled. We did have 2 items that were pulled. That's 10.05, 15.08. Also, we are moving 18.02 from the agenda and moving it to reports to 6.00. Trustees, is there any items you would like to have pulled from the consent items?
And Chair Torres, just to be clear, 10.05 and 15.08 are being removed from the agenda. It's not a consent pull.
Okay. I saw a word as pulled, so they're being removed from the agenda. Thank you, Trustee Lichtel. Okay, trustees, any consent items that you'd like to have pulled? No? Okay. All right, since we have no consent items to be pulled. No? Okay. So with this, we move on to 1.05, public comments. Any public comments for closed session? None? Okay. So then we move on to closed session. We will return at 6:30. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. The board is reconvening this evening. Thank you very much for your patience and waiting. For us, we are going to start with the pledge to the flag, and I've asked Trustee Paczewski to please lead us.
Keep the flag there, right time. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So the board met in closed session. I'm going to report on two items. One of those items is item 2.03. That's for an existing litigation one case, which is Langroso versus Ventura County Community College District. And it was moved by Trustee Licto and seconded by Trustee Paczewski, and it carried on a 5-0 vote that the board approved the settlement amount of $236,500 in the matter of Langroso versus Ventura County Community College District. We also met on 2.04. This evening, in closed session, the board unanimously voted to deny a former student's appeal of an administrative determination of a disability discrimination complaint. And there was 5 ayes and 0 noes.
Chair Torres.
Trustee Licto.
May I make a comment about closed session?
Well, it depends.
Yeah,
It's closed session,
I will
as
be,
long as nothing
I will
detailed.
not, I will not violate the Brown Act or any other statute. I just want to take a moment to apologize on behalf of the board. I think I have everyone's consent to do that. That we ran late this evening, but I also wanted to praise my 4 colleagues for entering into really thoughtful conversation this evening about the items that were before us, which I think is really, really important. I did mention at the end of our time that obviously an hour and a half once a month isn't enough for us to get together. We need to consider having closed session as appropriate more often, because we are dealing with really serious issues that affect and impact everyone involved in the organization. And we always start with students, obviously, but our employees from the classroom to the chancellor. So I just wanted to take a moment to apologize that we were late, but more importantly, really to praise my board members for being thoughtful, for engaging in discussion, and for taking the time to really consider these items carefully.
Thank
I
you,
hope I
Trustee
didn't
Licto.
violate any statute
No, you
in
didn't.
saying that. Okay.
Thank you. So with this, we move on to 3.03. We have public comments. We did receive written comments regarding remote work and also regarding the student health coordinator position. So I did want to let everybody know in the audience that the board did receive those via email, and we've had an opportunity to review them. But we also have some public comments that are here in person, and we have the first one from Olivia Long following Nadia Lam.
Still remember that. Good evening, trustees and Chancellor McLennan. My name is Olivia Long. This year is my 14th in service to the Ventura County Community College District. This public comment was originally made on May 11th, 2021, when the colleges in the district began preparing for the reaccreditation process set to occur in 23-24. I had concerns then, and I have concerns now. I have updated it for tonight's public comment. In 2021, I stated, there is an old adage about those who do not learn history shall be doomed to repeat it. In my lifetime, I will never forget several historical events: the Berlin Wall coming down, Nelson Mandela being freed, 9/11, and now this pandemic. I will also never forget that in my early days working for this district, we were put on warning and then probation by the ACCJC. I remember the fear that students had of what would happen to their financial aid and credits earned if the colleges lost their accreditation. I remember reading articles in the local newspaper about my new workplace and how surreal that felt. I remember how the actions of one board member put at peril the sanctity of the entire institution. When put on probation in 2012, the commission stated their concern in a letter. Quote, specifically, the commission notes a particular board member's disruptive and inappropriate behavior and the entire board's responsibility to address and curtail it, end quote. Here we are 4 years later, and we have received a recommendation to meet standards, specifically that the governing board delegates full responsibility and authority to the CEO to implement board policies without board interference. We also received a recommendation to improve quality. Specifically, the team recommends the board acts in a manner consistent with its policies and bylaws. I would like to call attention to Board Policy 2715. It begins, the board, as an independent policymaking body, shall maintain high standards of ethical conduct for its members. Members of the board are responsible to, then there's several bullets. I'll highlight bullet number 3. Advocate, defend, and represent the district and colleges equally through decision-making, unbiased by personal interest, special interest, or partisan political influences. Watching the last couple of board meetings, it did not feel to me that the board was adhering to this policy. Quite the contrary. I received an email this month with the subject line, Notice to Employees of EEO Plan and Policy. I would like to echo the sentiment embodied in the email, quote, our district is comprised of individuals from various backgrounds, cultures, abilities, beliefs, and experiences, representing a wide range of national origins, religions, political beliefs, physical and mental abilities, ages, sexual orientation, and gender expression. We believe this diversity enriches and strengthens our campuses, work sites, and community, and reflects our commitment to fostering a sense of belonging and ensuring that everyone feels valued and respected. With our next accreditation visit coming, now is the time to work on ensuring that we do not repeat our past. Rather, we learn from it and do better. I urge the board to reflect on the past and act on the recommendations of the ACCJC to empower Dr. McLennan in implementing board policies without board interference.
Olivia, it's
I
been
urge the
already
board
your
to
3
act in a
minutes.
manner consistent with its policies and bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Olivia. Nadia, and after Nadia, we have Irma Lopez.
Good afternoon, members of the board and student trustee. I'm here today asking for your help, not only for myself, but for the students, as we will both be affected by the recent decision to lay off staff. If the vote is passed to the floor, we'll be gone come June 30th. Yes, I can invoke my rights to bump and take someone else's job. And yes, I can work somewhere else as a nurse, but where will our students go? I will not step down gracefully, knowing that if I do, there will be limited staff to take care of our students the way that they deserve. Will they have the one-on-one care they currently receive when they are in the medical or mental health crisis? Will they be rushed so staff can take care of others? What happens to our campus emergencies and our student accidents? Will minor medical or mental health concerns snowball and lead to an increase in absences and dropping rates? Our footprint at the Santa Paula Satellite Campus has always been small. Will that be completely disappearing now? Why approve an increase of our health fee and reduce the remaining staff's ability to provide services? There must be other options we can explore. I have always carried pride in my work and dedicated myself to those that I work for. As an Army veteran, I worked for you. As an Easter Bunny, I worked for the kids. As a healthcare worker, for my patients. Whatever position I have had, I always give my all. Sorry. My dedication to the health center and to our students is no different. I am literally here because of our students. The health fee that they pay keeps our doors open. I owe it to them, a fight for their continued care. After the many changes to our department, we are barely getting on our feet, or getting our feet back on solid ground. We're only asking to be allowed to continue providing an environment where our students can thrive both inside and outside the classroom. We want to help them be successful in their college experience. We're not in the healthcare or education to cause obstacles, but to set them on the path to success. We count on your support to help take care of our students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nadia. Irma, followed by Landy Sosa.
Good evening. My name is Irma Lopez, and I've been working here at the college for 19 years. I'm here today to speak to you briefly about the negative effects laying off 2 of the 4 of the VC Student Health Center assists will have on our students. I have been part of the VC Student Health Center for the last 19 years, and I pride myself on the medical and mental health care we have been able to provide our students with throughout these years. From being the first point of contact when a student is in crisis, to helping our nursing, CNA, EMTs, paramedics, and vet tech students navigate through their medical requirements in a timely manner, has all been made possible because of the amazing staff we currently have. We all play a vital role in the success of not only our health center, but most importantly, the success and well-being of our students. After all, it is because of the students paying the health fee every semester that we are here. Removing the 2 positions will affect all the services we currently provide. Students will now be faced with longer waiting times for appointments. There will no longer be adequate time to have that one-on-one care we currently provide to care for students in crisis. Medical emergencies on campus might have a longer response time, and our visibility at East Campus will be no more. These are just a few of many obstacles our students will face with these layoffs. I ask you today, please reconsider these layoffs, as our students deserve the very best medical and mental health care from a strong student health center. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Irma. Landy, followed by Trulie Thompson.
Good afternoon. I am Landy Sosa, one of the 2 student health center assistants. That our last day is going to be June 30th from the Ventura College Health Center. This layoff will affect my livelihood and others on other campuses. Yes, I do have the right to invoke my bumping rights, but it's not fair for me or the others affected with this. While, yes, I could invoke them, but the students don't have that right. They can't. As a student myself that has utilized the student health center services, it has been convenient to see medical staff promptly because your primary care doctor can't fit you in. As me, those are the stories of our students. By reducing the staff from 4 to 2 health center assistants, the student services won't have access to, service access will be impacted. Long wait times on hold, in person and on the phone, unable to assist our students and given that one-on-one attention when the student requests, sit down with them on one-to-one to help them fill out online consents for medical and mental health. We are the first contact for our mental health crisis students when they come through our doors. We stay with them until we do a soft handout to our counselors. Although, yeah, we do have mental health providers, but they're not readily available on first contact. Outreach to our students will be impacted. Without the outreach, most students don't know about our services. Students will make multiple visits to complete health science physicals required for their health programs at our colleges. Students work and they can't be taking time off. They travel from other cities, even from outer counties, just to take our programs. Transportation, some of them take the bus to their appointments just to see us. Students take 1 class just to utilize our medical services and mental health services. Backup assistance for in-house emergencies and on campus may not be there anymore. I'm deeply committed to the health and mental health well-being of our students. As a student health assistant role, I have been able to provide essential support that directly impacts the students' academic and overall college experience at the college. Our services are not just healthcare. They ensure students have access to resources they need to stay physically and mentally well, enabling them to be successful in their studies and future careers. A reduction in staff will undoubtedly create gaps in care, affecting the students who rely on us for guidance, treatment, and preventative health measures. I take pride in my contributions to Ventura College, and I'm eager to continue serving in a way that benefits the students and the college community as a whole. I respectfully ask for the opportunity to remain in my position when it can uphold the high standard of care that our students deserve. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Landy. Trulie, followed by Aaron Marquez.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Truly Thompson. I'm a counselor at Moore Park College. Students share with me some of the most heartbreaking situations and extenuating circumstances that often impact their academic studies. So when I see that flicker of hope on their face after we discuss strategies and resources to help them repair that transcript, that hope when they realize that they can come back from a 1.75 GPA, that is what gives meaning to the work that I do as a counselor. Or maybe it's a student who's been here for 4 semesters and feels like they'll never be able to transfer. That smile that I get after we develop their education plan and they see just how close they are to transferring, that is why I do what I do every day as a counselor. So I'm saddened when I consider the missed opportunities for hope for providing services to students because we have no remote work policy in our district. Just in January, we had the catastrophes of the wildfires, campus closures, and emergency shutdowns. And because we have no remote work policy, counselors cannot provide services to students if we're not on campus. And hope is not just for the students, it's also for us, the faculty. Faculty who submitted to the district a letter signed by 29 counselors and instructors in October of 2024, advocating for remote work. Counselors who came in January from Ventura College. Then you heard from our counselors at Oxnard College in February. And here I am, now in March, still advocating for remote work. Chancellor, trustees, union leaders, now is the time for us to create that remote work policy before there are any additional campus closures or, unfortunately, catastrophes. I know that we can create this policy with the collective brainpower in our district, and we have Aspen Prize nominated campuses. We can create this policy. So will you please provide hope to our students who are most deserving for increased access and services, because remote work can be student-focused and directed, data-driven, intentional, and appropriate. And give hope to your faculty who have come month after month after month asking for a remote work policy. Hope is something now that we all need more than ever. So please, please, I ask on behalf of the counseling faculty and students to provide hope. I appreciate your time and consideration. God bless.
Thank you, Truly. Erin Marquez, followed by Allison Case Barton.
Good evening. My name is Erin Marquez Lawley, and my pronouns are she, her. I've been teaching health and kinesiology at Oxnard College since 2017. In addition to teaching, I also value my time and responsibilities as an academic senator and member of the Student Equity and Success Committee. Since one of the district's value statements states, "We use data, research, and open discussion to drive our plans and decisions," I'd like to share a few statistics from the Trevor Project's 2024 U.S. National Survey on the mental health of LGBTQ+ young people. 90% of LGBTQ+ young people said their well-being was negatively impacted due to recent politics. 39% of LGBT+ young people seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year, including 46% of transgender and non-binary young people. LGBTQ+ youth of color reported higher rates than white peers. More than 1 in 10%, or more than 1 in 10, 12%, LGBTQ+ young people attempted suicide in the past year. More than half of transgender and non-binary young people find their school to be gender affirming, and those who did reported lower rates of attempting suicide. LGBTQ+ young people who reported living in very accepting communities attempted suicide at less than half the rate of those who reported living in very unaccepting communities. When a non-binary or transgender student hears a Board of Trustee member question what an actual woman is, it creates a hostile and unsafe environment for them and their queer classmates. I'd like to quote Trustee Pichowski's voteforjoep.com website. Our community colleges' campuses should be places where our students are safe from criminals, predators, and other campus violence. I recommend we all be more mindful about the type of language we're using so we don't incite dangerous rhetoric around the LGBTQ+ community as well as elsewhere. Seeing themselves, cis, straight, male, and white, in history and textbooks has never been an issue for the men on this board. That's not the case for Ms. Torres and Whalen, which is why courses like Moore Park's Chicano History 2 are so valuable. And not just for folks who look like them, but for all of us to learn about each other, to understand each other, and to find common ground with one another. That's why Oxnard College's women's health and its curriculum surrounding contemporary issues relating to LGBTQ+ rights, racism, ageism, gender stereotypes and gender roles, politics, and the role of women in the family, workforce, community, and society is important. The VCCCD's mission statement says Ventura County Community College District provides students in its diverse community with access to comprehensive quality educational opportunities that support student learning and student success. Representation matters. And since you're all about bringing common sense back to higher education, Trustee Pikowski, shouldn't we all be considering the needs of all our students by having courses that not only meet California state standards, but also showcase this community's diversity?
Thank you, Erin. Time's up already. Thank you. Allison?
Greetings, Chancellor and VCCCD Board of Trustees. The coordinators of the three student health centers are united in our support for raising the student health fee from the current rate of $26 per semester to the maximum allowable by the State Chancellor's Office of $27 per semester. The $1 increase would bring in funds to benefit all students in our district. The increase would help mitigate the challenges of sustaining access to much-needed medical supplies, which have been steadily increasing in price for several years. This increase would also help to cover the cost of well-deserved and mandated employee raises, so we can continue to have the workforce necessary to provide students with timely access to essential medical and mental health services. Furthermore, the $1 increase would help support health center efforts to not only sustain, but also expand services in response to the growing safety and wellness needs of our campus communities. We ask that you please approve this $1 increase. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Allison. So there are no more public comments. So with this, trustees, we move on to 4.01, acknowledgement of new employees. Trustee Chancellor.
So we have a procedure that we ask if we want to pull any consent items before we go upstairs to close session. One of the challenges I've always had with that and not doing it when we come down is sometimes we hear things from the public that may require or pose some further questions. And that happened to me tonight. So I would like to pull item 12.02 from the consent calendar.
Okay, you're welcome. Any other trustee that needs to pull anything from consent item? Okay. So with this 4.01, we acknowledge new employees that are joining our team here at our community college. And so we are super excited and grateful to all of these individuals who are joining our team. And I know they're probably going to be recognized with some of the reports that we're going to be hearing tonight, but we do have the names of the individuals. So if they're watching, we are very grateful and thankful that you are joining the Ventura County Community College District family. With this, we move on to 4.02, recognition of Ventura County Community College District retirees. There are no retirees for tonight. Next item, 4.03, we have acknowledgement of guests and special recognitions. And as you see on your agendas, we are celebrating 3 birthdays this month. The first one, we have our president of Ventura College, Claudia Lorido Habib, who her birthday was will be March 15th. We also have Area 3 trustee Stan Mantu. His birthday is coming up March 17th. And we also have SEIU Chief Steward Maria Urenda, whose birthday will be coming up on March 22nd. So happy birthday to all of you. Very well deserved cheer for all of you. You got your, oh, and they received bun cakes, I think. What flavors do you have? Okay. So with this, we move on to Senate consultations, classified Senate presidents, and we'll start with Ventura College.
Good evening, trustees, student trustee Whalen and Chancellor McLennan. I'm Michael Hayden, the classified Senate president at Ventura College. In consultation of item 4.01, I'd like to congratulate and welcome Andrew Torado, administrative assistant, Manuela Flores, financial aid specialist, and Dr. Luca Lewis, vice president of student affairs. We would also like to congratulate Elizabeth Vasquez on their promotion to program coordinator 2. In consultation of item 4.03, we would like to wish a very happy birthday to Dr. Claudia Laredo Habib, trustee Mantooth, and SEIU Chief Steward Maria Urenda. In consultation of item 16.05, the Ventura College Classified Senate does have some concerns about the layoffs with a program that directly affects the health of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Moore Park College.
All right, can you hear me? Great, perfect. So my name is Kristen Robinson, and as Rebecca Stroud said last meeting, I am now serving as Classified Senate President for Moore Park College. So for 4.01 acknowledgement new employees, so on behalf of Moore Park College Classified Senate, I'd like to welcome all new district employees, but send a special acknowledgement to 2 promotions. Isla Mir Jafarli is our student success and support specialist at Moore Park College. She is part of our Access program, which is our DSPS program, and we're delighted to have her. Also, Gabby Ramos, senior accounting technician at Moore Park College, also deserves kudos. For 4.03, acknowledgement of guests and special recognitions. Happy birthday to my fellow March babies. It's Pisces season. Also, happy birthday to ASMC officer Tiffany Beam, who elected to spend her birthday here with us. 1507, action to approve increase to student health fees effective fall 2025. So several classified employees at Moore Park College are funded partially or fully by the student health fees collected each semester. And we have seen our student health office expand its resources or meet increased demand when provided with additional resources to do so. For 1605, action to approve board resolution to lay off permanent classified employees. I'm really concerned about the possible negative impact this could have to our own classified student health center assistants at Moore Park College if the board does end up voting in favor of approving the resolution in question. And so thank you for considering that.
Thank you very much.
Chair Torres, did I
Trustee
hear Mrs. Salas say that fellow March babies? So you celebrate a birthday in March as well. Well, happy birthday.
Yay, happy birthday. There's a lot of birthdays in March. So we move on to Academic Senate consultation, starting with Ventura College.
Yes, we're going to get your neural pathways going in a different direction. So we'll start with me first. Good evening, Chair Torres, trustees, student trustee, chancellor, and all the wonderful people in the room. 4.1, we would like to welcome aboard Dr. Luca Lewis to our new VP of Student Services on our VC Pirate ship. I'm looking forward to working with him in support of our non-instructional faculty, students, and programs. For 4.03, we would like to wish our college president, Dr. Claudia Laredo Habib, trustee Mantooth, and Maria Urenda a wonderful birthday celebration. May your birthdays be celebrated with a lot of doubloons. For 12.02, we support the faculty members who have chosen to partake in the early retirement program and encourage the program to continue for those who wish to engage. And for 15.02, faculty support the expansion of the spaces in East Campus to provide more space for our students and the ability for programs to grow.
Thank you. Oxnard College.
Good evening, trustees, student trustee Whalen, Chancellor McLennan, and guests. I don't have much, so 4.01, acknowledgement of new employees. Welcome to all of the classified personnel and management across the district. Goodbye, Isla. We hope you're happy at your new campus. And then 4.03, guests and recognitions. Happy birthday to President Laredo Habib, Trustee Mantooth, and Maria Urenda, and Kristen Robinson, right? So that's all I have.
Thank you. Moore Park College.
Mine's brief as well. Good evening, trustees, student trustee, chancellor, colleagues, and guests. Happy birthday to Chief Steward Urenda, Trustee Mantooth, President Habib, and Classified Senate President Robinson. Regarding 15.03, Professor Sheeks is a phenomenal asset to our institution, both in terms of her work in child development and in her service to the institution generally. We support her pursuit of this professional development opportunity that will strengthen her program. Thank you.
Thank you. With this, we move on to reports. The trustees have received everyone's reports, and we have taken the time to be able to read your reports. Thank you for taking the time to be so thorough. With this, we did move the foundation. So they were scheduled 18.02 originally, and so we moved you to 6.00. Should there be any trustees, we appreciate the foundations. I'm not sure if they're here present, any of the directors, but if you are, we have a couple back there. Thank you very much. We saw the reports that were so thorough, and we really appreciate the work that you do for all of our students within our district. It is so appreciated. We know that there's so much that goes towards that work and scholarships and events. And so I am going to open it up to trustees if there's any comments or any questions that you may have for our foundations, and they're here that they're able to respond should you have any.
Well, I'd like to take a moment to thank our three I guess, foundation presidents that run these organizations, Deborah Klein, Peter Parker, and Ann King at the respective colleges for the work that you put into not only raising funds, that's certainly one part of it, but really creating an atmosphere in Ventura County that the community college district is a powerhouse community college district here to serve all of our students and provide with our students with opportunity and hope. And I think that's really, really important. This work, obviously, a lot of the work that happens on campuses wouldn't come to fruition without your support and your tireless efforts. So I would really like to thank those three individuals in particular, but of course, that extended family of individuals that support the foundation. So thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Lucas. Thank you, foundations. Truly, from the bottom of our heart, you do so much work, and I see two of you back there. Thank you so much. I mean, the events, we see all of the report. We saw the reports, but we also see pictures throughout just the year of everything that you do. So thank you very much. He's right next to me. Lou wants you to stand up so we can applaud for you. I want to put you on the spot. Thank you. Is that for us, Gloria? I saw you came in with the Starbucks, you know. Didn't want to put her on the spot, but I just did. Sorry, Gloria. With the reports, we're going to, if there's anything you'd like to highlight, anything you'd like the board to be able to know, please feel free to let us know. Trustees, if you have any questions. And so with this, we start with our College Associated Student Government reports. Trustee Wayne.
In our student government reports with Rigoberto Osorio, student government president of Oxnard College. He'll be joining us on Zoom, and then he will be followed by the representatives from Moore Park College and Ventura College, who I will have them introduce themselves and their position. So thank you.
Hello. Before I begin, is it okay if I share my screen?
We like your background, Rigoberto.
Thank you.
You're with us.
Can I share my screen though? I just want to share some flyers
Right
from.
here, right here next to us.
Is it fine?
Oh, true.
Okay. Good evening, board trustees, student trustee Whalen, Chancellor McLennan, and guests, and those watching on YouTube. So for my report, I just wanted to bring two new events that were approved by our Associated Student Government. So first we have our St. Patrick's Day event, which will be on March 17th at 12:30 p.m. And then we also have our Words of Appreciation event on March 19th from 10 to 12, which will be in celebration of Women's History Month. And then in addition to that, I'd also like to wish a super happy birthday to Trustee Mantooth, and then my wonderful advisor, Amparo Medina, whose birthday is tomorrow, who will be enjoying her birthday in the Aussie conference in Chicago. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rigo.
Hello. Oh, okay, perfect. Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Matthew Munoz. I'm the Director of Student Advocacy for the Associated Students of Moore Park College. It is my first time being here, the representative, so I'm really excited to be here. Maybe a little bit nervous. You know, as you can see, I didn't know how to do the mic at first, so I'm sorry about that. But firstly, I'm hearing that it's a lot of birthdays in the room, so happy birthday to all of you. I did not know the board. I did not know at the meetings we celebrated birthdays like that, so it's cool to see. So happy birthday to everyone. So now getting into business, I suppose the ASMC elections are underway. Election season is getting started. They're going to be taking place from March 17th to March 20th. An update that I know that the board wanted to hear about was in terms of how many people are running for positions. So this year we received 39 applications. 24 of them have advanced to candidacy, which means that they will be able to run because they fulfill the requirements. That is an improvement from last year, which only saw 23 applicants and only 17 candidates. So it's exciting to see that we have more students wanting to get involved. Obviously, I think we could all agree that it's really important that students continue to do that because we want to hear our voices. At the end of the day, you guys do serve our interests. So aside from that, I also want to touch on the student health fee, which I know is going to be on the agenda. So we brought up the health fee to our own personal meeting at ASMC. We were all in agreement that it should increase. We also brought up to our ICC meeting, which for those of you that do not know is the Interclub Council. At Moore Park College, we have 55 student clubs, and each club is required to send a representative to our ICC meetings. So we always love to gauge interest in terms of things like this there because these are people that are active in the community. A lot of them are like the presidents, the vice presidents. And at ICC, it was also overwhelmingly positive towards increasing the student health fee. Students really do see the value in that. I know from the public comment, I heard that we're having problems with being able to keep our staff, and I know the student health fee goes towards that. And I just want you guys to know that the students really do appreciate the services that are provided there. Please keep that in mind. But aside from that, that is all I've got, and thank you guys so much for having me.
Thank you, Matthew. Welcome. It's great to have you here.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello, board and everyone. My name is Jesse Martinez. I am the Director of External Affairs and the SSCCC Delegate for Ventura College. I am filling in for Kamea Kellner, as she is currently in Chicago with other members of the student associate body attending the Aussie conference, where Julissa Perez, our former DEI director, won the highly selective scholarship. This is the second year that Ventura College student wins, which is impressive due to it being a national competition, you could say. Additionally, Julissa Perez and I got awarded the NREP internship where we'll be interns over the summer for the Naval Warfare Command Center at the Naval Base.
Congratulations.
We, as ASVC and the ICC, approved the student health fee. But we need to have a discussion on how the decision made to the BC Student Health Center will affect the students and the campuses overall. I am letting you know right now that many students will see this as we are creating false promises to the students and that we're only backtracking to the services provided. And to wrap up, upcoming events are listed in the given reports in March. Thank you, board.
Thank you, Jesse. Okay. So with this, we move to 6.02, SEIU report.
Well, before I start my report, thank you so much for the birthday wishes. I also agree it is a nice touch to have birthdays acknowledged, and then we get down to business. So I want to take a moment on a personal level to say thank you to everyone. And with that, I will read my report. Good evening, members of the board, Chancellor McLennan, and Student Trustee Whalen. Maria Urenda, SEIU Chief Steward, on behalf of the classified unit at VCCCD. We would like to address agenda items 1601 through 1604, which is a public notice of the SEIU Local 99 initial proposals for our full contract negotiations with VCCCD. We have our first negotiations meeting with management set for March 17th and are looking forward to working through this process. We will provide appropriate updates to the board moving forward. We also want to address agenda item 16.05. Action to approve Board Resolution 2025-01, layoff permanent classified employees. This action by the board will cut 2 Student Health Center Assistant 2s at Ventura College and will result in the layoff of the least senior classified employees in this classification, which will impact other employees in this district. As important as it is for SEIU to protect the jobs of all employees in the bargaining unit, it is also important to preserve the student services our members are responsible for providing every single day. You've already seen and heard about the kinds of student services that will be eliminated or reduced by this action, which will result in the inability to provide the essential physical and mental health services needed by our students to succeed in college. SEIU has already clearly communicated to the Ventura College and district administrations that we want to continue to work with them to find responsible alternatives to the cuts that this board is being asked to support this evening. Our simple ask to the board is to reject item 1605, thereby compelling the college and district administrations to work to find meaningful and responsible options. We understand that resources are not infinite and that budgets need to be fiscally sound. However, the budgets should reflect the priorities and mission of the college and the district, the needs of the students, and these very essential services should be the priority. To not do so would be failing our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. 6.03, AFT report.
I have no report.
Thank you, Teresa. 6.04, we go to Classified Senate President's Report, starting with Ventura College.
Hello again. Report was provided, and at this time we have nothing additional to report on.
Thank you. Moore Park College.
Like Matthew, I'm getting the hang of this mic too. So a written report was submitted. Thank you for reviewing it. I do want to draw special attention to our classified professional of the month, Alam El Husseini. He's actually pictured in the report that our president submitted. You can see his picture with President Sokanu, which is cool. Alam has been with Moore Park College since 1999. These opportunities for recognition are important to a positive campus work culture, and we look forward to celebrating our Classified of the Year nominee next month here at our board trustee meeting, I imagine. Second, I want to take a moment to highlight our second annual classified retreat, which is taking place the week of spring break on March 26th at California Lutheran University. The theme of the retreat is servingness, a term credited to Dr. Gina Ann Garcia, and which refers to an HSI's preparedness to serve Hispanic students whose needs, Garcia argues, are often different from traditional college goers. The demographics of Ventura County have shifted significantly over the last decade, and most students served at Moore Park College today are Hispanic. Centering our retreat around the theme of servingness is intentional as we continue to explore the role classified employees play in supporting student persistence, course completion, and graduation or transfer rates, not just among Latinx students, but all the diverse student populations we enroll. And I look forward to reporting to you all about the outcome of that retreat next month. And lastly, I'm going a little bit rogue, but I wanted to take a moment to comment on the loss of Moore Park College classified employee Maria Perez Medeiros, who passed away from cancer last month. I saw the agenda item reflecting on the contributions of each college's respective foundation. A good portion of Maria's 17 years supporting Moore Park College was as its scholarship technician, processing awards to our students on behalf of donors and our foundation. I believe helping award scholarships to make higher education more affordable for our students was a favorite aspect of Maria's role, second only to getting to work alongside her daughter, Moore Park College admissions and records technician Christina Medeiros. 'Thank you.
Thank you. 6.05, Student Health Center President's Report, starting with Ventura College. 6.06, Ventura College. 6.07, Student Health Center President's Report, starting with Ventura College. 6.08, Student Health Center President's Report, starting with Ventura College. 6.09, Student Health Center President's Report, starting with Ventura College. 6.10, Student Health Center President's Report, starting with Ventura College. 6.11, Student Health Center President's Report, starting with Ventura College. 6.12, Student Health Center President's Report, starting with Ventura College. 6.13, Student Health Center President's Report, starting with Ventura College. 6.14, Student Health Center President's Report, starting with Ventura College. 6.15, Student Health Center President's Report, starting with Ventura College. 6.16, Student Academic Senate President's Report, Ventura College.
Hello again. In February, we were able to finalize and pass our program viability process. This has been a long project to articulate the process for program discontinuance, or as we call it, program viability. This has been a collaborative effort among members in the College Planning Council and the Academic Senate, and it will allow programs and administration to address the needs of discontinuance of programs and also look at the process of supporting programs that are not necessarily needing discontinuance, but needing support to grow the program. This last Academic Senate meeting, there was a resolution passed that addresses a concern faculty have expressed based on our faculty prioritization process and the response from the executive team. There was a meeting held in December 2024 in which our executive team came to share an immediate reaction to the faculty prioritization process. Just as a reminder, this was a new process for the college, and there has been a lot of reflection since this endeavor to learn from the experience. In the president's presentation to the chairs and faculty, the FON and the 50% law were discussed. Faculty were led to believe that the administration was potentially not going to be honoring the 50% law and the faculty obligation number. In response to this concern, faculty have written a resolution, and in our March 6, 2025 meeting, this resolution was passed. And they've asked that I read the resolution here. Whereas the 50% law mandates that at least 50% of California Community College general funds expenditures be allocated to salaries and benefits of classroom instructors, ensuring that instructional quality remains a priority in budgetary decisions. And whereas the faculty obligation number requires community college districts to maintain a state mandated minimum number of full-time faculty based on enrollment and funding levels, reinforcing the essential role of full-time faculty in student success. And whereas Ventura College mission statement affirms that the institution places students in the center of their learning experience and is committed to fostering an anti-racist, liberating, and inclusive environment while providing degrees, certificates, transfers, and workforce preparation opportunities. And whereas Ventura College vision statement and guiding principles emphasize the prioritization of students, the creation of a collaborative and inclusive learning environment, and the commitment to integrity, equity, and student-centered solutions. And whereas noncompliance with the 50% law and FON contradicts these institutional commitments by failing to allocate adequate resources towards classroom instruction and faculty hiring, ultimately undermining student success and equitable access to education. And whereas Ventura College President Dr. Claudia Laredo Habib publicly stated in a forum on December 5th, 2024, that she had no intention to adhering of the 50% law, contradicting both legal mandates to the college mission-driven commitments to students. And whereas the role of the executive team and college president is to ensure that faculty hiring meets the legal obligations and that budgetary decisions align with the principles of shared governance and student-centered planning. Therefore, it be resolved that the Academic Senate formally affirms its strong support for the adherence to the 50% law and faculty obligation number as legally mandated, and it is essential to upholding the integrity of Ventura College mission, vision, and guiding principles. And be it further resolved that the Academic Senate calls on the college president and executive team to publicly acknowledge and commit a full compliance with the 50% law and FON, ensuring that instructional expenditures and faculty hiring align with legal mandates and institutional commitments. And be it further resolved that this resolution be communicated to to the college president, the executive team, the board of trustees, and all shared governance committees to reaffirm the role of faculty in institutions' decision-making and upholding the principles of transparency, equity, and academic integrity in budgetary and faculty hiring practices. So the other resolution that we did pass, which I'm not going to read all of it, is we actually Senate affirmed and voted to adopt the Oxnard College Support for Non-Citizen and Undocumented Students resolution that was originally passed in November 2024. So our Senate stands firm behind that, and I will let our other Academic Senate presidents speak to that as well, because they have some good news on that matter too.
Thank you. Oxnard College.
Submitted. So I'll just briefly shout out a few things from there. Elections are underway at OC Academic Senate for our next slate of executive council members. OC Academic Senate is also working on increasing regular communication and collaboration with the ASG Student Senate and the Classified Senate on our campus. OC ASG has graciously agreed to have a standing meeting item entitled Ask a Faculty Member at their weekly meetings. I'd like to highlight Professor of English as a Second Language, Dr. Carrie White. She co-authored an article entitled Leveling Up Reading Engagement Among Non-Traditional Community College Students, published with the Taylor and Francis Group's College Teaching. The OC Academic Senate is finalizing a date for a faculty retreat, maybe the first or the only in recent memory. We're also happy to share we received a record number of applications for our Faculty Projects Fund. It's 4. 4 is the record. And on behalf of the Oxnard College Theater Department, I'd like to invite everyone here to our upcoming play. It's Ken Ludwig's Baskerville, a Sherlock Holmes mystery. So a short blurb: comedic genius Ken Ludwig transforms Arthur Conan Doyle's classic The Hound of the Baskervilles into a murderously funny adventure. 15 student actors portray more than 40 characters. So everyone's welcome. I know Trustee Mantooth, I believe, reserved his seats. So the dates are as followed: March 20th, 21st, and 22nd at 7 p.m. and March 22nd at 2 p.m. They're available ahead of time, $11 online or $10 cash at the door. We also have a special VCCCD staff and faculty only performance. VCCCD FAM, because I know the trustees are not staff or faculty technically. So that is March 19th at 7 p.m. And you can email Miss Carla Banks, although I might regret saying to email her. You can also email me and I'll pass it along. It might be a lot of emails, but please, you're invited to come to our campus. We have this fabulous new theater program. And then I put some reference links from my prior report because the links weren't working. But we also have a new resolution to read to the board, passed at OC Academic Senate. So this was passed yesterday. It's a resolution in support of LGBTQIA+ students and employees. So contacts are Aaron Marquez Lawley and myself. All right. Whereas LGBTQIA+ students experience high rates of bullying, victimization, and harassment at school on the basis of their actual or perceived sexual orientation or gender identity, LGBTQIA+ students also report higher rates of anxiety and depression. The dangerous rhetoric surrounding federal and state level anti-transgender policies take a measurable toll on the health and safety of transgender young people in the United States. Whereas this bullying, victimization, and harassment has led to negative educational outcomes for LGBTQIA+ students. LGBTQIA+ students have higher rates of dropping out, higher rates of absenteeism, and lower transfer aspirations. Whereas this discrimination and stigma and/or fear of it continues to make it difficult to accurately measure the size of LGBTQIA+ student population on California community college campuses and fully understand their unique challenges. This means that students are less likely to seek assistance when facing LGBTQIA+ specific challenges, further deviating their pathway to completion, transfer, and gainful employment, as well as comprising the validity of self-reported data. Whereas faculty, classified, and administrators throughout the country are negatively impacted and further concerned about the current administration's executive orders and policy proposals to end the rights of LGBTQIA+ people. Educational personnel are often the primary sources of support, resources, and information to assist and support students and student learning, which includes their social and emotional health. Resolved that the Oxnard College Academic Senate recognizes it is the right of every student, regardless of gender identity, gender expression, or sexual orientation, to access a higher education. The Oxnard College Academic Senate recognizes that there are faculty, staff, and management of the highest caliber who are LGBTQIA+. and that all employees are valued members of the school community regardless of their gender identity, gender expression, or sexual orientation. The Oxnard College Academic Senate supports educational and work environments that celebrate our different identities, integrity in how we treat others, and courage to do what's right by listening to, learning from, and respecting diverse viewpoints. Resolved that the Oxnard College Academic Senate reaffirms its support for LGBTQIA+ students and educators in the California Community College system, the other segments of education in California and across the nation, and conveys its affirmation to the Chancellor of the Ventura County Community College District, the Chancellor of the California Community Colleges, the Board of Governors, and other interest holders, both in the state of California and nationally. Resolved that the Oxnard College Academic Senate will work to improve the welcoming and safe school environment for our LGBTQIA+ students, faculty, staff, and management, which makes our school community more welcome and safer for all. The OC Academic Senate will refer LGBTQIA+ students in need of resources or student support services to the Oxnard College Student Health Center and/or other student services programs as applicable, and/or submit a BICT report to contribute to a centralized response which aids in intervention for students of concern. Resolved that the Oxnard College Academic Senate will advocate for resources and invest in intentional collaboration between campus LGBTQIA+ organizations and mental health centers to ensure that mental health services are inclusive and affirming of LGBTQIA+ students, including cultural competency training, diversity collective pride training, rainbow inclusivity, creating visible and welcoming spaces within mental health facilities, allied door and email stickers, tailored support groups, Rainbow Cafe, and LGBTQIA+ inclusive resources, library, Rainbow Club, and the Teaching and Learning Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Moore Park College.
Good evening. So this is a resolution March, I suppose. Moore Park College has a resolution modeled after Oxnard College as well. Thank you very much for taking the lead on that, Oxnard. And this is the one that Ventura College has a similar resolution. It's tradition that we read our resolution. So here goes this resolution. 105.01 Spring 2025 resolution by Moore Park College Academic Senate in support of non-citizen and undocumented students. Whereas faculty, classified professionals, and administrators throughout the country are concerned about the U.S. President's campaign promises and current practices to end a range of humanitarian immigration programs, curtail family and employment-based immigration, and significantly increase immigration enforcement throughout the nation. Whereas the U.S. President has signaled antipathy towards individuals who have lawful status in the United States, such as TPS, temporary protected status, parole, and lawful permanent residency, those whose status is under color of law, such as DACA, and those seeking asylum, and those without lawful status, also known as undocumented persons. Whereas significant numbers of these individuals are students who have attended and continue to attend California community colleges. Whereas these students are representatives of the students on whom the future of the state of California depends, and their removal from California and the United States would be a devastating loss. And whereas the rhetoric and signals from the U.S. President have deepened the fear of deportation and family separation of these students and of U.S. citizen students with mixed status families and loved ones, distracting them from their studies and preventing them from achieving their full potential. Resolved that the Academic Senate of Moore Park College affirms its support for non-citizen and undocumented students in the California Community College system, other educational institutions in California and across the nation, and conveys this affirmation to the Chancellor of the Ventura County Community College District, the Chancellor of the California Community Colleges, the Board of Governors, and other interested stakeholders, and be it further resolved that the Academic Senate of Moore Park College will refer non-citizen and undocumented students in need of resources or students support services to the Moore Park College Dreamers website, Moore Park College Student Health Center, Raiders Central, and or other student service programs as applicable, and or submit a report to the Behavioral Assessment and Care Team to create a centralized response to provide assistance and intervention for students of concern. This was approved by acclamation on the 4th day of March 2025 in Moore Park, California. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Moore Park College. With this, we move on to 6.06 President's Report, and we start with Oxnard College.
Good evening, trustees. Chancellor McLennan. This on? For those whom I haven't met, my name is Luis Gonzalez. I'm the Vice President of Academic Affairs and Student Learning at Oxnard College, sitting in for President Roberto Gonzalez. No relation. I am pleased to share a few highlights from Oxnard College. Last Friday, March 7th, Oxnard College hosted the district's 4th dual enrollment community of practice, where we welcomed 94 high school and college partners to our campus. We had a robust and fruitful discussion on dual enrollment, and we would like to thank Kylie Campbell from Career Ladders Project, as well as Melissa Johnson and Stan Carasosa from the district office's dual enrollment team for their support and coordination of this successful event. Additionally, I also wanted to highlight our theater program's next play, which our Academic Senate President, Dolores Ortiz shared in her report. If you are interested and available to join us, please do let us know so we can reserve tickets for you. Lastly, we do want to celebrate and acknowledge our new employees at Oxnard College listed in agenda item 4.01, Angela Brothers, Samantha Agreda Chavarri, Nicholas Heigler, Rocio Limas. And we are also pleased to welcome Mara Mulch, our new Vice President of Business Services, who started with us yesterday and is joining us this evening. Mara? And that concludes our report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ventura College.
Councilor McLennan, Trustee Torres, and trustees. First of all, thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Many of you probably don't know that I have an identical twin sister, and she and I have a deal that we split our years. So I'm only 29 years old. You have the written report. I'm very proud that this month we're reporting on athletics, and it's always very nice to see the impressive academic success of our student athletes. And so I encourage you to read in detail, because kind of unusual, we actually highlighted students by name and their accomplishments. But I just want to highlight that I have great respect for student athletes that perform so well on the field, on the court, and in the classroom, and also for the work that coaches do in supporting the students. So I think it's a really interesting report. Also, thank you so much, trustees who attended the grand opening of the Lacaji Vet Lab in Santa Paula. That again is another demonstration of what partnership is, and between the foundation, industry partners, donors, we have expanded the vet tech program, and now we have a beautiful, very modern and impressive lab. So thank you so much for attending the grand opening. I'm also very happy to report that we had an all-college retreat on February 8th, February 28th, I'm sorry. And we had 225 of our employees who signed up for the retreat. So it was quite impressive. Thank you for the colleagues from the district who came to observe. We have faculty, classified staff, and students at every table working on educational master plan, looking at strategies, identifying ways to support students, and it was a very student-centered event. We have, like I said, students at every table. There was a lot of collegiality, a lot of work, and we're collecting the data from that day to provide the campus with strategies and priorities for the next couple years. Also, I'd like to highlight that I'm very proud that Ventura College is hosting several events that are bringing people from the region. Tomorrow, for example, we have the Basic Needs Regional Convening. Is a day where many colleges from Southern California and Central California are coming to share best practices for basic needs. Also on Saturday, we have an additional Cash for College event that is trying to increase the number of FAFSA applications. The numbers across the nation and California are very low, and Ventura College was selected to be a host for an event. And Daisy Gonzalez, former interim chancellor of the state of the system, will be here visiting. So you're welcome to come in. It's on Saturday morning, and it will be a great event to promote, again, FAFSA applications. I think I wanted to start with this and I forgot. I wanted to formally introduce our new Vice President of Student Affairs, Dr. Luca Lewis, who I think is way in the back.
Welcome.
He's been acknowledged several times. I would just briefly highlight that he comes to 17 years of experience in higher ed, experience from Idaho, Washington State, where he was Vice President of Student Affairs for 8 years. And more recently in California, he was Associate Vice Chancellor of Student Services and Academic Services at West Hills Kalinga. So welcome. He's a great addition to our team, and I'm looking forward to the work that we're going to do together. Thank you. That
Thank
concludes
you.
my report.
Thank you. Moore Park College.
Good evening, trustees, Chair Torres, student trustee, as well as our chancellor. You have our report from Moorpark College. I just want to highlight the success of our athletes. And particularly as you look at the report, you will notice that high retention, high persistence, and course success rates, which are higher than the rest of the college, the rest of students attending the college. We're closing those achievement gaps through athletics, just as our sister institutions are doing. And we're all very proud of that work and the importance of athletics programs. Why do we do what we do? Because athletics allows our students a community of support. We have high expectations, but we also have high support. Our faculty and our coaches are invested in culturally relevant professional development, and that builds on high impact practices. Moorpark College's 4 of Moorpark College's 8 sports were identified, actually participated in 3C2A fall state championships, the men's wrestling, the men's cross country, the women's cross country, as well as women's golf. We are very proud of the work that they've done, and particularly noting that men's track team has been identified by 3C2A as a scholar athlete team of the year. Like our sister colleges, it is time to celebrate the arts. Moorpark College's Performing Arts program has a production of 12th Night, which will begin on the 13th of March and run through the 22nd of March, as well as we have on Sundays, the 3/16 and 3/23 at 2 p.m. The shows are $20 for adults and $15 for students and seniors. Please come join us. If you're available tomorrow evening, actually on Thursday evening, there's a dinner and a show that our foundation is sponsoring, and it brings back alumni to campus so that they can see what is going on at Moorpark College's Performing Arts program. I also want to inform you that on the 20th of March, we'll have our spring town hall on campus. The town hall is an opportunity for the campus community to hear from the college leadership around initiatives and issues of interest. We will be focusing on our budget. We'll also focus on our responses to the various executive orders that are coming out of Washington, and how we attempt to continuously invest in our students' success, all our students' success through that work. Let's see what else I want to share. I think that's about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I did want to say, in reading the reports, I was very impressed with the retreat that took place at Ventura College, and being able to really look at the educational master plan and to really look into strategies and how are we going to ensure that we meet our student outcomes, because that's really the essence of what we do, and to be able to look at what is that we need to do so we have our students being able to reach their goals. I know it must have been a lot of planning, a lot of work, but I really appreciated being able to see that and to take the faculty to a nice place. At times when there is some space to be able to say, in a way, thank you for everything that you do. And as we engage in this work, we appreciate everything that you do. And we meet in Chrome Plaza, and everybody's there working together to see how do we support all of our students. I appreciate also the what you mentioned, Julius, about the spring town hall meeting, just to get input from everyone, from the community, and being able to get a collective sense of what is occurring, what are we going to do. Students need budget, and having something that's very inclusive of just getting perspectives from everyone. So I really appreciated all of the work. And for Oxnard College, your report is always very detailed. So I appreciate all of the details and how you break down just the different I don't want to say subgroups because they're all of our students, but just some of the areas perhaps of where we need to be able to focus more of our efforts in terms of the work. And so I really appreciate it also and being able to look within our strategic goals and some of the areas of what you're doing to address each one of those specific areas. So I just did want to highlight the differences, but yet the same. And so I love that you submit reports that are present similar information, but then you give it your own highlight of what you're doing as a college. So I appreciate the put forward. I think my mic comes and goes, right? So I did want to just highlight that. Okay. So we have 6.07 board committee reports. And I do have here, if there's the Administrative Services Committee, which is chaired by Trustee Chancellor and Trustee Lichtel. Who would like to present?
All
Trustee
right, I
Lichtel.
got the finger pointed right at me. In administrative services, we did have an opportunity to review, they'll briefly discuss the foundation reports. And again, we appreciate the work that happens there at all three of our colleges on behalf of our students and our communities. We did request that the operating costs for each of the foundations be included in a board report. I'm not sure that we've received that yet, or did you?
Actually, in the report submitted, they were there, and I was going to share. Thank you for that. So
Okay,
it's super-
so I guess I missed them, so I'll double back and check that out. Thank you for that, Trustee Chancellor. We did consider budget criteria and resource budget allocation model, infrastructure model during our meeting and had some lengthy discussion. Thank you to Ms. Mitchell for her input, as well as Chancellor McClellan. We discussed the majority of the items that are on the agenda this evening, including the health fees and parking fees. Appreciated the student body, ASGs speaking to the issue of the health fees, because that's always a concern anytime we're raising fees, but it sounds like it is an appropriate increase. We talked about the declaration of the indefinite compensation for retroactive pay adjustments, which I think is an annual process that we go through that Ms. Barroso submitted. And during that time, Trustee Chancellor and I both commended the district for communicating with the board regarding negotiations. So we're always happy to be kept abreast as to what's happening at that level. Trustee Chancellor, did I miss anything?
No, I just had a question. I don't know if it went through pass, but I noticed that the item that we did receive a lot of public comment on, the reduction in positions, that wasn't on our admin services agenda.
Didn't go through pass.
Okay, so I'm just curious why it didn't go through either of those committees. We can talk about that. Okay. All I have.
So with that, we move on to the Planning, Accreditation, and Student Success Committee that is chaired by Trustee Pachowski and also Trustee Mantooth.
And Trustee Mantooth pointed at me much the same way Trustee Chancellor pointed at Trustee Lichtel.
Trustee Pachowski.
We had a relatively short agenda this month. We heard an institutional effectiveness report presented by Jennifer Lozano and Wendy Saunders. We'll be hearing about that later. I'll save that item for them. We also had a brief discussion regarding possibly passing a new board policy regarding the continuity of district leadership to avoid as it deals with travel, but we opted to continue that to the next meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so now we moved to the consent calendar. We did have one item that was pulled by Trustee Chancellor, 12.02, action to approve the establishment of an office assistant position at Ventura College. Trustee Chancellor.
Thank you very much. You know, I wouldn't really have thought to pull this item, but when I looked at the funding source for an establishment of a new position, the funding source reads, the funding for this position was determined to come from the general fund. As the workload for public affairs and marketing increases, there will be continued need to have an office assistant in the marketing department. The only reason I bring that up is at the same token with item 16.05, I'm going to paraphrase, but the justification for the elimination of 2 positions was it has been determined that a reduction in classified positions is necessary to ensure fiscal stability. So I'm trying to piece these two statements together. In one hand, we're saying we need to make a reduction for fiscal stability. On the other hand, we're saying we have the fiscal ability for a new position. So I'm just trying to bridge that gap.
Is there somebody who'd like to address it? Chancellor McLennan?
So I think I'm going to turn it over to President Laredo Habib, but just generally, and part of the response that I sent to the board, part of this is the funding source. So it's not the health services fees are dedicated to support the health service functions. So with that, I know there's been a lot of work that's been done at Ventura College to look at that whole program. And so Dr. Laredo Bibb, I'll turn it over to you to explain that.
Finally, thank you. So yes, there are 2 different funding sources. So the position for the assistant came through our HR staffing plan or positions that are proposed actually from the prior year. And it was one of the positions prioritized to be higher. And that is through general fund. In response to the health center, we have a structural deficit. So we've been running with the deficit over the years between $30,000, $60,000, or $300,000 a year. There is a misalignment of positions and services. We really need a nurse to expand clinical services for our students. We have 4 student health center assistants, but we don't have a nurse to assist to. And these are very difficult decisions. We're trying to be fiscally responsible, and it's actually a plan to restructure the health center. So over the years, we can expand services and have the appropriate staffing. So with the reduction of the 2 positions, we will be able to afford to hire a nurse who will work in expanding services, supported by the 2 remaining assistants. And it is possible that as we grow and then the student health fields come through with those services, that we can grow the program. So very difficult decisions to make for certain. It's not taken lightly, but we're trying to correct that misalignment so we can actually expand services to students.
My questions, because I have questions for item 16 later, but I guess my question at this point is, are all positions at all 3 of our health centers and support staff and any of those positions, are they all funded by the health center direct account or classified category? Or do any positions in any of the health centers come from the general fund?
So
Are we off topic right now?
Well,
Just wondering.
here's why is if there are positions that are funded from the general fund in our health center, then I think we're on topic. If I can just get a yes, no, that all positions, are you following me?
Yeah.
If all positions at the health center are funded from a separate funding source,
Yeah.
then yeah, then I'm ready to move forward. That's my technical question. That's how it's connected.
So the positions that we're talking about in the health center are all funded through the health center fees.
Okay. So we do have 12.02 that was pulled from the consent calendar.
Chair Torres,
I can make a motion.
go right ahead.
So Trustee Chancellor, are you making a motion to
Sorry,
approve?
I make a motion.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Okay. The motion made by Trustee Chancellor, seconded by Trustee Lichtel. Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? And Waylon, I needed to ask you first. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
How do you vote, student trustee? Okay. The motion passes.
Chair Torres,
Trustee Lichto.
I make a motion to approve the items on the consent calendar as provided.
Okay. So motion made by trustee Lichto to approve all of the consent items presented and seconded by trustee Pacheski. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. And with this, we move to, there's no board policies and there are no trustee chancellor's office items being presented to us for action. So we move straight to business and administrative services. We have the first one, 15.01. Is anyone speaking on it? Do we?
Chair
Vice
Torres.
Chancellor Mitchell will be
Okay.
presenting or answering questions as the board pleases.
Okay.
If I may, we discuss this item at ASC. I think we're comfortable with the discussion. We did have a robust discussion about how often we change auditors. I actually asked a question prior to that and got my response that our auditor would never be the same group or individual head auditor for more than 6 years, I believe it was. So this coming session with the same company, we'll have a new auditor and a new team that'll be visiting us.
We'll have a new head auditor. I'm
New
gonna
head
ask,
auditor?
For the correct verbiage on that. Emily.
Good evening, trustees. So our audit manager, if the audit contract for services is awarded to Eide Bailey, our audit partner would rotate off after this year. But the staff who work under the audit partner would be different from year to year.
So with that, I'm prepared to make a motion to approve item 15.01 as submitted.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Trustee Chancellor.
I'll keep it brief. You know, in the CCLC handbook, it actually has, it doesn't mandate, but it does have strong recommendation that not only, it doesn't say that we should have a different auditor from the same firm. It actually recommends every 5 years we change firms. So there's that, and that's a pretty strong recommendation. I will not be supporting this item, not because I don't think that this firm will do a great job, but the training I've received and the language I've received is that boards should be responsible in developing the criteria. They should be as for transparency and separation from the district. It's spelled out to me, and that's how I interpret it. So, you know, there's some language from the CCLC. It says, generally boards establish criteria for the selection of the audit firm and ask the chief executive to solicit proposals, which we did, but we did not, you know, we weren't involved in that search criteria. The responsibilities of the auditor, and it goes into that. So in the past, this board actually conducted interviews, and that's where we originally selected a certain audit firm. We were involved in the process, and in this time around, we weren't. We got one recommendation, and I do thank you. During admin services, we requested to see the financial bids, so to speak, on the other firms, which were included. Thank you. But there should be a lot that goes into this, and I think there needs to be some outside oversight involved from this board into the selection process, which didn't happen.
So what were to happen if then move forward? Chancellor McLennan. What would happen if this were not to move forward, if there was a no vote from the board? Does it mean we stay with the current firm?
This is the current firm.
Selecting an auditor.
We would, yeah.
Okay.
We have to re-up the contract. And I just want to say that,
Trustee Lichto.
yeah, if I could, thank you. We did get bids, I believe, from 3 different companies. Eide Bailey, which is the one that's being recommended from the district, who we've worked with for the last 6 years, Crow and CWDL. I raised the question about the same auditors, the same firm. And from my standpoint, I feel comfortable with the discussion that the lead auditor would be different, would be changed. I think that's really important from a fiduciary standpoint, from our responsibility, that that audit report is very important to us because it does certify that the district is doing the job that they need to do to keep us fiscally responsible. So I put I prize that report very, very much. From my standpoint, my questions were answered not only during ASC, but in conversations with the chancellor. So I did want to clarify that we did have 3 bids that were presented to us, not a single company. And so, I support the selection. I am not aware of any past practice because my longevity is only 2 years at this point of the board interviewing auditors in the past. And I would say that I would be concerned that that would be potentially violating the very same issue that we had during our accreditation of not relinquishing power, with not delegating that authority to our chancellor. I see that really as an operational issue, and they bring their recommendation to us, and we either approve it or we do not. So I'm prepared to approve it based on my motion. Happy to hear from others.
Chair Torres.
Trustee Mantooth.
My understanding is that one of the reasons that we reactivated the committee structure, both PASS and administrative services, was to be able to have board involvement in vetting these things and yet to save some time at the general board meetings such as this one, so they did not become excessively long. So is it appropriate to assume that this board had delegated that board involvement authority to the Administrative Services Committee to satisfy Trustee Chancellor's concern?
I believe it's appropriate. And I was going to have a question, actually have a question, because I know that perhaps it was during the Administrative Services Committee that Trustee Chancellor must have been part of the process. And it had to have been with another trustee because I wasn't part of it. So I don't have any recollection of being, involved. But as most certainly as we move forward, I know that this is presented to us now to have the board involvement and Administrative Services Committee, just like we have our ad hoc committees, to be able to look at that process. And we can even explore, that's what we do as policy also. We can revisit our policy, and in our policy, we can indicate what that's going to look like. And we can be part of that process, working alongside with the chancellor, and our chancellor can be a great support and resource in letting us know how that can particularly work, where we're giving some input without necessarily going into operations. And so we turn to our chancellor to be of that support, but we can certainly do that as trustees. So, Trustee
Chair Torres.
Well, Trustee Pachowski.
I have a very simple question. I'm looking at the three bids that we received, the one from Eide Bailly, the one from Crow, and the one from CWDL. And it looks like the one from CWDL comes in somewhere between $50,000 and $100,000 less than the bid from Eide Bailly. And so I'd like to know why it's being recommended that we continue with Eide Bailly rather than opting to go with CWDL.
Chancellor McLennan.
So I'm,
Please.
we use a matrix when we make the decision matrix, and it is not purely in considering the cost, although cost gets the highest points, but there are other elements to that matrix. And again, I'm going to turn back to Ms. Day because she was a part of the scoring to explain that a little bit more for us.
Thank you. I'm happy to explain the process that we went through. The rubric included the strength and stability of the firm, so the firm's technical expertise with the related services. So we're looking to an external auditor to issue 3 opinions. One's on the overall financial statements. One is on our federal compliance, also known as the single audit, as well as our state compliance, which is encompassed in the contracted district administrative manual. Raters included Vice President James Zavas, Vice President Jennifer Clark, our supervising financial analyst, Larry Maher, as well as myself. So the cost criteria was evaluated on this rubric, but other things such as the stability of the firm, their technical expertise, their submitted work plan, as well as their proposed staffing plan. So I acknowledge that Eide Bailly, the recommended audit firm, is not the lowest bidder in this RFP, but that was just one of the criteria that was used in forming the recommendation that came to Chancellor McLennan.
What were the scores for each of the three bids?
While Emily's looking for that, I did share the criteria with the board in a email maybe 2-3 days ago. Should
Yes,
have
you
that.
did. Mhm.
If I can just add, yeah, I agree with Trustee Lichtel on so many of the operational decisions that, you know, accreditation, behold, you know, we have to keep our distance. In this particular case, I think it's intentional that the operational side of the house is not involved in the selection of the auditor. And that's spelled out in Ed Code and sort of spelled out in sort of the recommendations through the CCLC trustee handbook. We can take a recommendation, but we should also, and I'll pose a question. It's recommended that we change firms, and the language that they use on changing firms is boards often follow the practice of changing the audit firm every few years in order to ensure fresh, objective perspectives. So let's say, for example, this board wanted a different audit firm to keep things fresh and new perspectives and to make sure that things are, that's just their purview. That's what they would like to do. We weren't given the option to give that recommendation at the beginning of the process. And that's where I'm concerned, is somewhere along the lines, it should be like, we're getting ready through admin services to start the audit selection process. Here's the criteria. Here's what we're going to do. Where's our board feedback on this sort of process, that step? And if we don't have any, great, run with it. Give us a recommendation. If it's just one, we'll vote on that. But we weren't given that opportunity. So that's the point I'm trying to stress to my colleagues on the board, that I would like to have board involvement and feedback at the beginning of the process rather than at the end.
Thank you, Trustee Chancellor.
I do have a response for the ratings. So the average for Crow was 83.75. The average for CWDL was 87.5, and Eide Bailey's average rating was 94.75. The key differences between CWDL, the lowest bidder, and our recommended auditor of Eide Bailey was the stability of the firm. Eide Bailey has been around as an audit firm for over 70 years compared to CWDL's 10 years. Eide Bailey has about a third of the California community colleges as audit clients, as well as VCOE and the County of Ventura.
I've got a question for the Chancellor. Is there any
Trustee
reason why we need to make this selection tonight?
So according to our administrative procedure over financial audits, we would select an audit firm by April 1st. Not approving a contract tonight would negatively affect the scheduling of our interim audit. So much like the budget, which feels like a year-round process because it is, financial statement audits are also a year-round process. We have our interim, we have our college audits during the summer. They come back, after we've closed the books to issue the financial statements in time to submit to the state, submit to our stakeholders. The other thing I wanted to add was the fresh perspective. We did in the interview process of the audit firms ask them how they would weigh the stability of having knowledgeable and trained staff members with staff members providing a fresh perspective. And myself, as well as the other raters, felt that Eide Bailey would be able to have an audit manager who has worked on our audit as well as other community college audits, and then have different staff that haven't been on the team before looking at our records, our books in a fresh new way.
Chair, may I add something?
Chancellor McLennan.
So I really do appreciate this conversation. I did receive, since it's been brought up, an alternative framework for doing this level of work from trustee chancellor. I did share that with the board as well as my response to that. This would be, I just want to be careful that we would be departing, and in my response, I did discuss best practices, well documented best practices. And my concern is in the structure that I was responding to, it placed the board with full responsibility of essentially operationally fulfilling every aspect of the process of selecting an auditor with the administration serving in an advisory role. That would be a vast departure from standard practice in the state of California. And I would say, at least in the 2 states I've served as president, it'd be a pretty big departure from the way this has typically been supported. I also want to just mention that I have in the documentation that I provided about the process, I hope it became evident that this was a very thorough, well thought out process. It was, I think there was board conversation at some point earlier this year or late last year about going through the audit process. I didn't hear any concerns about the process at that point until we got to the committee meeting about that, and then the email that I received a couple of days ago. I would just caution us to, if the board wants to have a discussion about changing the process entirely from what I would consider best practice, I'm a little bit agnostic on that, having the conversation, but it should be an overt conversation with all the information available to the board to have it. I wouldn't recommend holding up this recommendation at this time, given the schedule that Emily's mentioned.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Counselor, and how I heard it, are you basically saying the recommendation you have is to move this forward, and if we have concerns, work on it through the policy level of selecting the auditor at the board level and through board policy? Is that kind of what you're saying?
That's not what I said. I think there's a broader policy question about the role of board activity in doing this kind of work versus the delegated authority that I think it's a bigger delegation question than just the matter of the audit, because it's come up in other arenas too, and it's frankly part of the reason we're still talking about the accreditation compliance recommendation. We still have some disagreement, at least intellectually disagreement, over what those roles are, and we're hearing it again tonight. So I think an overt conversation about that is warranted.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a motion on the table. Motion to move forward to approve. Motion made by trustee Leto, seconded by trustee Mantooth. Let's take a roll call vote. Student trustee, how do you vote? Michelle?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, 15.02. And this is the action to approve the lease agreement between Vendor Farms and Ventura County Community College District for space at Ventura College East Campus. Chancellor McLennan, who will be speaking on this.
I know this is, this has,
And it's an action item. Sometimes sometimes staff might share something.
Go right ahead.
Well, again, if Vice Chancellor Mitchell is on the agenda listed as the contact for this, we also have the Ventura College folks here who may want to talk about or answer any questions as well.
Trustees, any questions? Okay. Sarah, no questions?
I actually do have a question.
Trustee Pachowski.
Looking at this, under section 1.5 of the lease, It says if this box is checked, there are provisions in this lease for the base rent to be adjusted. See paragraph 50. But there does not appear to be a paragraph 50 in this lease agreement.
Chair Yuan, Trustee
Paragraph
Pacheski.
49, that was on page, that's on, that, what I just read was on page 1.
Okay.
But scrolling down, I see paragraph 49.
Yeah, if you keep scrolling down, there's a paragraph.
I didn't see it.
I know, it's under the options to extend. It's on page 18 of the document. I believe you'll see a paragraph 50 typed in, paragraph with a line and a blue number 50.
Oh, there it is.
Options,
Okay,
options
that's
to
fine.
extend.
That was my only question. I just
All
wanted
right.
to see what it says.
Hey, numbers are important.
Okay.
Chair.
There.
Um,
Trustee Chancellor.
Okay, this came up in admin services and it was not a question. It was just it was a request and it's a request sort of background with excitement for Santa Clara River Valley and Santa Paula in particular and Fillmore and this area and how this fits as we start expanding our leases, in this area. And I got to go to the grand opening. You mentioned it. Yeah. And it was amazing to see it and what they've transformed these sort of almost warehouse-like building into labs and classrooms and a place for students to learn. How does this fit in our 5, 10, 20-year educational master plan in these facilities? And I'm glad that these are shorter-term leases, not to say that I don't want them. I'm just wondering how this fits. And it's not a conversation for tonight. It's just an eagerness to see that puzzle piece. So I don't think tonight's the night, but I just wanted to mention that. That came up in admin services.
Thank you. Trustee Mantooth.
I would concur with Trustee Chancellor's request, but also speaking in support of this particular item. We are, with the holy grail, perhaps, of having our own permanent facility in that area of the county that we don't pay anyone rent to. This is an excellent next step in the evolution of that dream and would increase our square footage by, if I'm correct in doing my math, 23%. That's significant. And I think that if we want to make sure that we're bringing the programs to the Santa Clara Valley, we do need some place to bring the programs so we can generate the enrollment, et cetera, and have, ultimately that dream come true, and that this would be an excellent bridge in that effort.
Okay. So I hear a motion to approve. Oh, yes, Chancellor McLennan.
For calendar in April? I'm not.
I want to say it's in April. It could be in May. I can look it up, but it is
So
on the
to
agenda.
answer Trustee Chancellor's question and really to help fill in some of the program pieces of this, Dr. Laredo Habib and staff will be doing a next installment of how this is developing.
Okay.
That calendar is part of the agenda. That calendar is on the agenda later.
Okay. Yes, please.
And I'll second.
Thank you. Motion made by Trustee Mantooth, seconded by Trustee Pacheski. Student Trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes. With this, we move to 15.03. Okay. Chancellor McLennan.
The background information on this item, I would entertain any questions.
I have no questions, but based on the recommendation of the Academic Senate at Moore Park College, I would move that we approve 15.03. My understanding is that the entire cost, except for $750, will be covered by the employee who's traveling, $750 coming from the Cloud College. So I have no issues moving this forward.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion made by Trustee Lichtel, seconded by Trustee Pacheski. Student Trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Can we-
Motion passed.
Can we go on this trip with? you?
Yeah, I was expecting you to put that in your motion.
Would have. Didn't want to make that official.
Trustees, good to go. Okay, so our next item, we are going to have Vice Chancellor Ms. Mitchell present. And her team as well, I believe.
While the PowerPoint is being brought up. So for item 1504, which is for the budget criteria, guiding principles and assumption action item, we're actually going to start with doing a little budget presentation at the request of Chair Torres. And I'm going to go over a little bit of the budget timeline, the governor's initial proposal. And then we're going to have two of our team from the fiscal side. Ms. Emily Day will be speaking to how our revenues are generated through the SCFF. And after we go over how the revenues are generated, we're going to have Richard Hullum, our budget director, come up and talk about how we allocate those revenues. And that is where we'll go into the other two items that are up for approval tonight, which is the allocation model and infrastructure model as well. Thank you. Okay, so to begin, this particular slide right here outlines some milestones in our budgeting process. Our budgeting process starts in January with the governor's initial budget proposal that usually comes out on January the 10th. As we go through February and March, we start to take a look at the assumptions that are outlined in the initial budget proposal, and we bring those into our budget criteria and assumptions that is being recommended to the board this evening. As the year progresses, we will go into May, where the governor will give his May revise. This is a revision of the budget based on updated projection information. We will take a look at that. We will update our internal budget, and we bring it to the board in May, initially the tentative budget for discussion and input. This has been done as a study session usually, and we hopefully will be able to do that again as a study session in May, so we can have a robust discussion about that and receive input. We then come back again in June for adoption of that tentative budget. Then late June, sometimes early July, the governor will finally enact the Legislators' Budget Act. And at that time, we will then take another look at our tentative budget. And through July and August, we will bring it back to the board for more discussion and input. And then finally in September, we bring back the adopted budget for consideration. And that's kind of the budget cycle for the year and how we progress through the months and how we bring it to the board for input and guidance and at what times. So moving forward to the governor's initial budget, I know that January seems like so long ago. So much has happened in the budget that I feel like I'm giving you guys very, very old information, but we are aware that there are changes to the budget even since the initial proposal. But this is how we base our initial assumptions. So I'd like to go over what his initial proposal entailed. The governor's budget reflected a stronger than anticipated state revenues. This was largely due to stock market performance. He is proposing a balanced budget for 25-26. The proposal included an 8% increase in the overall state budget, bringing it to $322.2 billion. General fund spending is projected to increase by $17 billion. And the governor highlighted additional $1.2 billion in savings by eliminating 6,500 state government positions and including some efficiencies in his budget. Now, the Legislative Analyst's Office had a more cautious revenue estimate, warning that the revenue increases may not be sustainable. Their 3-year forecast suggested expenditures may outgrow the revenue growth. And the governor does acknowledge these risks, and we are anticipating a very healthy dialogue and conversation going into the May revise and into the enacted budget, actually. To take a look, I'm sorry, I didn't click the clicker for that next slide. Taking a look at the proposed new funding that has been identified for community colleges. So the governor's budget proposed an additional $751 million in additional one-time and ongoing program funding. The majority of that is in COLA, enrollment growth, and workforce initiatives. These next two slides are kind of highlighting how that is broken out. On the ongoing commitments, as you see, close to $260 million is going to a 2.43% COLA on selected programs. We also have about $30 million for statewide enrollment growth. It's being funded at 0.5%. $30 million ongoing increases to the Rising Scholars Network. $29 million for the development of the statewide Common Cloud platform, and $7 million ongoing support for credit for prior learning. Now, you're going to see those last three on ongoing and also on this next slide where substantial amount has been allocated of one-time funding for these same programs. $168 million to complete the statewide technology transformation. That would standardize and streamline data collection and to support more seamless educational and career transfers. We have one-time funding at $133 million to create the system-wide common cloud data platform. So the first time I mentioned it, that was ongoing money. Now this is one time that is being added to that. This is to integrate a suite of technology tools that include e-transcript, mapping articulated pathways, and program pathways mapper. The last little bit of proposed one-time money is $93 million that is going to the credit for prior learning. Again, this is a statewide system that would allow more people to turn their real world experience into college credit, especially targeting veterans and military members. So just to bring to note that the governor is signaling quite a large amount on ongoing funding for Rising Scholars. His $30 million brings the entire funding ongoing of $55 million to the Rising Scholars Network. Additionally, there's some one-time money, $60 million to Strong Workforce Program and $10 million to complete the grant for the LGBTQ plus student support, where we will be in the third and final year. So he has given $10 million to complete that grant requirement. Just some notable updates. The budget includes $16.9 million in total reserves, with the stabilization account, also known as the rainy day fund, seeing a cap increase from 10% to 20%. While the proposal maintains financial stability, uncertainties obviously persist, and this is including potential federal policy shifts, revenue fluctuations linked to the stock market, that if you were watching your portfolios this week, you don't want to do that. Ongoing geopolitical risk, and most recently, the consequences that we don't know will occur from the fires. We really are monitoring that. We're concerned about property taxes being delayed, as well as other tax extensions that the governor may provide to help offset the damages from the fires. So again, the governor proposes a budget that is balanced, but we are continuing to monitor it, and we will continue to adjust based on new information as it becomes available to us. Now I need to get up to give this to Ms. Emily Day, who will go on to talk a little bit about our funding. But before we do that, any questions at this point on the governor's initial proposal?
Trustees.
Can you talk a little bit more about the legislative analyst office and their projections?
In specific, is there a specific question in regards to?
Well, you mentioned briefly
that they're a little bit more conservative than the
what-
governor's?
What specifically are they saying?
Well, they're warning that our revenues will outgrow that our expenditures will outgrow our revenues. They are not as optimistic as the governor that the stock market revenues will come in as high as he projects them to come in. So those are the two key points that the LAO's office made in their recommendation.
And what we're going through the budget process, do we tend to look more towards the governor, or do we tend to look more towards the LAO?
We tend to look at the joint analysis. That is something that the chancellor's office puts together for us, and that is something that all of the colleges look at as they look at their assumptions.
Our chancellor or the state?
Sorry, the state chancellor's office. My apologies.
Any further questions?
Yeah, I think it's a good point that Trustee Pachowski brings up. Last year, there was a huge discrepancy, as you recall, between what the LAO was putting out and the governor. LAO had us at a $93 billion deficit at one point, while the governor was saying somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 or 30. So I think it's an important conversation for us to have at this dais as we make these really important decisions. I think the budget development, we're just getting started, but there seems to be less energy around it right now than there was a year ago. but I perceive that that's going to increase rapidly as other external forces start piling on. But I would appreciate, as was mentioned by Trustee Pachowski, if we could see and we could receive with any updates related to the governor to simultaneously receive what the LAO is putting forth. I think it would be appropriate for us to see both sides of that picture so that we can make prudent decisions as we move forward.
Noted. Will do.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And thank you, by the way,
As
for-
they come, as it becomes available.
Of course. And
Between the
thank you.
two.
Thank you for
Mhm.
the brief but very succinct and accurate explanation of the budget process.
And just to explain, historically, the LAO tends to be more fiscally conservative because they are a nonpartisan entity, whereas regardless of who's in the governorship is not.
Thank you, trustees. I believe Emily.
Good evening, trustees. I'm happy to provide a reintroduction to the student-centered funding formula. This is one of the acronyms you will see or have seen a lot, SCFF. I've also heard it be called the SCIF. I don't personally call it that, but you are welcome to use that. So the SCFF was implemented in 1819 to allocate funding to the California community colleges. It has three separate allocations: the base allocation, the supplemental allocation, and the student success allocation.
2018-19.
At roughly 70%, the base allocation reflects the workload measures that were previously in SB 361. So the base allocation includes funding based on full-time equivalent students, FTES, as well as our basic allocation for the size of the college, as well as if it's in a single college district or a multi-college district. Going to the supplemental and student success allocations, that is funding based on serving low-income students, as well as student success measures such as agrees that are awarded and transfer level course completion. So taking us back to the original intent of the three allocations, the original intent in the SCFF was to transition over time to 60, 20, 20%. For those living through the implementation, it got complicated very quickly. So that intent of moving to 60, 20, 20 was abandoned after the first year. And the difference between the 70%, the 20%, and the 10% among the various allocations was set in fiscal year 2019-20. And since then, the base, the supplemental, and the student success just grew from the funded COLAs. So what you have on the screen here is a look at our first principal apportionment for fiscal year 24-25. This was released by the State Chancellor's Office in late February. So you can see as a system, the base allocation is a little higher at 72% than the original intent. And the supplemental allocation is a little lower than the original intent of 20%. We're also showing you the district's allocation between the three, the base, the supplemental, and the student success. Our student success allocation is roughly 13% of our allocation. So that is notable in that it's higher than the original intent, as well as higher than the statewide percentage for the student success allocation. Supplemental allocation. This is, again, funding tied to serving low-income students. It's measured by the Pell, AB 540, and Promise Grant recipients. And the success allocation is tied to successful outcomes of our students in terms of degrees that are awarded, certificates, and transfer level course completion. Their districts do receive additional funding for low-income students for the success outcomes of low-income students. So you can see the second and third columns where there is additional points for our Promise students and our Pell students across the various success metrics. This is averaged over 3 years. So for fiscal year 25, the fiscal year that we're currently in, it's using the three-year average of fiscal year 22, fiscal year 23, and fiscal year 24. As you can see, we have a associate's degree for transfer. We have our associate's degree and our baccalaureate degree. We would get points on the highest degree awarded. So we didn't stop at the SEFF in terms of acronym. We have for you total computational revenue, TCR. It is calculated by the SEFF. The TCR represents a majority of the district's unrestricted funding, and it is paid by 4 revenue sources, which include local property taxes, student enrollment fees, the Education Protection Act, as well as state general apportionment. If there are fluctuations in the first 3 of those revenue sources, it is offset by state general apportionment. This can lead to a deficit factor in our revenue in state general apportionment. The deficit factor has historically fluctuated throughout the year at the advanced, the first principal apportionment, the second principal apportionment, but the last time the deficit was sustained as of the recal was in 1920. And just a reminder, I know we all lived through it, that was also the year of the pandemic. So 1920 was our, 2019, 2020. Sorry, I'm a time traveler living dog years. Yeah, yeah.
Different
I age very well. So the TCR is calculated by the state chancellor's office 3 different ways. So I know we've gone through the different elements. Another complexity of that is TCR is calculated 3 different ways for each college district. And this is calculated by the state chancellor's office. We do our internal review to see if we have any questions for the state chancellor's office as well as for their calculation. And each district, including ourselves, is funded at the highest calculated TCR. So TCRA is on the formula. So all of our FTES, our basic allocation, our supplemental counts, our student success counts, all go in to calculate the SEFF on the formula, TCRA. TCRB is the stability protection. It reflects last year's SEFF calculated revenue plus the current year's COLA. TCRC is the hold harmless. That has changed through time. SB 361, the last year we had funding under SB 361 was in 17-18. So that's why you see 17-18 TCRs being used as the hold harmless. And since then, there were cumulative COLAs through 24-25. So this current fiscal year. Beginning next year, the hold harmless changes so that the new funding floor doesn't change with cumulative COLAs after 24-25. It would just be the highest, the maximum TCR from 24-25 would become each district's hold harmless level. So going into detail about the stability protection, again, that is prior year's SCFF calculated revenue plus the current year COLA. This protection is ongoing. So you can see our references to education code as well as Title V and how the stability protection is implemented. And we are in stability funding for 2024-2025. But that can change as our enrollment numbers still change. So with 24-25's adoption budget, we did project revenue based on stability. The hold harmless, again, the education code reference is on the screen, but this has changed. It used to be, for all the years through the current year, it was the 17-18 TCR plus the cumulative COLAs. Starting next year, it will just be our maximum TCR from 24-25. As if that wasn't complicated enough, there are other factors that can influence a district's TCR, including the basic allocation protection, the FTES restoration, the summer flexibility, meaning we have flexibility in which fiscal year we report certain FTES, as well as the emergency conditions allowance. So our district has been impacted by these variety of factors in recent years. Are there any questions about the SCFF or the TCR? There is no quiz, so.
Trustee Lichtel?
Yeah, I have a question on page 16 of the presentation. You talk about the TCRs. I'm just curious which one we qualify for.
So that's a great question. TCR A, B, and C gets calculated every year for every district, and we get the highest number based upon that. So for 23-24, last fiscal year, we were on TCR A, we were on the formula.
Okay.
When we put together the adoption budget for 24-25, we projected based on stability protection, so TCRB. Richard and myself, as well as the VPs of business, are still looking at what TCR level we're looking to for the 25-26 budget year.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Trustee Chancellor?
And I don't know if it's a quick, easy answer, and if it's not, then for sure, I'll kick it down to maybe admin services or another meeting. But when I look at the SCFF, the way I interpret it is the state came along, and correct me if I'm wrong, state came along and said, we're not just going to fund based on enrollment anymore. We're going to have these metrics, whether it's completion, certificates, incarcerated students, whatever it is. My question is, in our three colleges, what area in particular is our biggest opportunity for growth, right? Is it, okay, we want to improve our student struggle, what's that? Oh, and I guess that's my question. It doesn't have to come tonight, but as what we're seeing is where we are right now. Where I'm curious is for this year and maybe the next three, this is our greatest opportunity to do two things. Increase our revenue, but by doing that, by meeting our student needs the most. So that is a piece of data. I'm just curious.
Thank you, Trustee Chancellor. Any further questions from the trustees?
I think
Trustee Lichtel?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting concept what you're bringing up, Josh, but I mean, should I just assume that just increasing enrollment would be our number one priority? And based on what I'm seeing from this data sheet right here, that if we did that and continued with the success that we're having, then our revenue would continue to increase significantly.
But to Trustee Chancellor's point, there are some FTEs are now worth more than other FTEs, and it makes sense for the colleges to pay attention to that. For example, if Pell Grant participation is, and it is, one of those variables that adds higher reimbursement, having an understaffed financial aid office isn't going to serve the institution very well. And in fact, many institutions have augmented and supplemented their financial aid staffs for that very reason. But then it gets very complicated in terms of some of the other discussions we've had tonight around the 50% law, in particular the 50% law, and how much flexibility do you have to put resources towards those things that would help you do that. But I know all three colleges are looking at the student-centered funding formula And let me give you one more example. Dual enrollment students, one of the reasons, not the only reason, it's definitely an equity argument. It's been from the very beginning for me. Nationally, community colleges have just about, I think we're just about level with enrollment pre-pandemic. The majority of that enrollment nationwide has been made up by dual enrollment students. And if you think about that, it makes sense, not only in California because of the funding formula differential, but also if we're really trying to garner more participation in two-year institutions, getting students started in high school, makes a lot of sense for that. And so that's partially why that's a priority for our district to be working on that. But yes, to the answer to your question is yes. I think there could be some specific presentations around enrollment management related to the SCIF down the road that would be useful and interesting. And also not just the opportunities, but the very real constraints in doing some of that work.
Thank you. And I know we have more of the presentation.
Thank you very much. Hello. Okay. Thank you very much. So I will be covering the three documents that are going to be reviewed tonight: budget criteria, guiding principles, assumptions, allocation model, and the infrastructure model. So we're coming to the board to review and ultimately take action on the annual proposal of these three documents, as these three documents explain the basis on which our budget is built and how we allocate our annual revenue. Now, all three of these documents are reviewed through participatory governance every year. And going into FY26, I would like to note there have not been any changes to the documents, only the annual updates. Jumping into the first document, budget criteria, guiding principles, and assumptions. Now, this document really has two components in it: the guiding principles by which the budget will be built, and the budget assumptions section, which is the state and district's FY26 assumptions used as the financial foundation of the budget. So the first part we will be presenting, and I have up on the screen, are the guiding principles. And we are reaffirming the guiding principles from the prior year without any changes. As stated before, the guiding principles are the foundation of our budget. They help ensure that limited available resources are optimized. Diving into the second portion of the document, the budget assumptions, we'd like to note that the tentative adoption budget will be based on the assumptions described within this document, as modified periodically throughout the budget process. And noted prior by Valerie, we have included a note into the budget assumptions that highlights the information on which the budget is built is preliminary in nature, and especially during these times of significant uncertainty, future updates may impact our assumptions and the budget. Going further into the document, it does provide a summary of the governor's budget that was released January 10th. And some of the notable updates of the governor's budget was the COLA, the preliminary proposed COLA of 2.43%. Pension liability rates are anticipated to increase for PERS from 27.05 to 27.8. and anticipated to remain the same for STIRS at a rate of 19.10. As previously mentioned by my colleague, the new hold harmless will be in effect starting in FY26. So that is a very notable change for us. And the assumptions also include any anticipated changes to enrollment management and salary and benefits. To note, there have been budgeted increases to the STEP column, as well as increases to health and welfare benefits. But for the FY26 budget, we have not made any assumptions of salary increases because those negotiations have not occurred yet. The document then covers how our proprietary enterprise and auxiliary funds are covered. Those being food services, childcare, and police services. And just to make a quick note on that, the only food services that are currently provided at the colleges are vending services and Oxnard's culinary program. It then feeds into the reserves and the board policy in which we follow, which is BP 6305, and then briefly talks about budget carried forward. Now, the document references the allocation model where the budget carry forwards is in effect, in which the colleges have the flexibility to carry up to 2% of the prior year's unspent budget. The compliance section covers the rules and regulations in which we are in compliance with, some of those being the 50% law and factually obligation numbers, among many others. And then also the budget criteria, guiding principles, and assumption document states our timeline for budget approval. As stated earlier, we'll just reiterate it. Our timeline for the tentative budget board approval is June 2025, and for the adoption budget, September 2025. So at this time, that concludes the budget criteria, guiding principles, and assumptions. And if that is okay with the board, I would like to move on to the allocation model.
Any questions, board? Yes, thank you.
Beautiful. So the second document we will be covering is the allocation model. And just as stated in the guiding principles, we are reaffirming there are no changes to the model in FY26. So the allocation model represents the methodology for distribution of our unrestricted general funds revenue, in addition to rollovers and any adjustments that colleges may have. For the purpose of this presentation only, I will be showing you FY25's adoption budget allocation model as a visual reference. So this slide right here actually shows a condensed high-level version of the allocation model that is presented within the adoption budget book. Key components of the allocation model are revenues, centralized units, our class schedule delivery allocation, and the college allocation, which I will delve into further. This is just the first half of the allocation model that we will talk about, and then I will go into the second half later. But I want to draw your attention to the top left box where our revenue projections will be presented. These projections include state apportionment, unrestricted lottery, a portion of non-resident tuition, among a few others. Also within this box, you will notice our 3 centralized units, being district-wide services, utilities, and district administrative center. These 3 central units are highlighted and subtracted off the top of the revenue before the remaining revenue is allocated to the colleges. And the remaining funds are distributed to the colleges through 2 allocations. The middle box, lines 1 through 10, the class schedule delivery allocation, which is for funding the different institutional needs among the colleges, because we recognize all the colleges have different size, different FCES that they need to service, so they have different instructional support needs. The second allocation is the third and colored box at the bottom, and that is the college allocation. I will go into further detail into that in the next slide. The college allocation section is how we have incorporated the SCFF that was previously discussed into our district's allocation model. We try to align with it as much as possible. With that being said, the first section, the blue section, is the base allocation, which is funding at a rate based on each college's size by FTES. The second section, supplemental allocation, the yellow section, addresses additional costs associated with serving disadvantaged students. The third section, the green section, student success allocation, as previously mentioned, is funding based on our student success metrics. So now we're at line 31. And once we have allocated the projected revenue to the central units and the colleges, all other adjustments to the college's budgets are reflected below line 31, as line 31 is the summation of the revenue allocation. So we jump into line 32, the new model phase-in adjustment. And the new model was a 5-year phase-in adjustment that will be fully implemented in FY26. So going into next year's budget, we will not have any adjustments to our model. Our model will be fully implemented. And line 34, our campus FY24 carryover, that will next year be campus FY25 2% carryover. And as previously mentioned in the budget criteria, guiding principles, and assumptions, the campuses and the DAC can carry over up to 2% of the prior year's unspent funds, unspent budget. Line 35, major initiative funding, are new programs or activities that the colleges would be unable to fund otherwise, and the colleges do have to go through an appropriate petition process for these funds. So looking at our FY25 allocation model, you will see that only Oxnard College received major initiative funding that year. And then we will get to line 36, which is the total. It shows the sum total to be budgeted for each college within the unrestricted general fund for FY25. That concludes a breakdown of the allocation model. And before we move into the infrastructure model, I wanted to open the floor to see if there are any questions. And I do want to reiterate, though, that this is a model that we bring to the board every year.
Any questions, trustees?
Yeah, could
Trustee
you
Lichtel?
could you review line 34? Just to clarify my understanding. Colleges are allowed to carry over it back into their general budgets, 2% of their carryover.
2%. So of 2% of their prior year's budget,
Mhm.
if it's unspent, so if they
Can be
have,
carried over.
yes, if they have 2% or more, they are able to carry up to 2% of their prior year's unspent budget into this year.
Where's the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5% go?
The other would go to, yeah, so above 2%, that goes to our reserves.
Okay. And that's district-wide reserves.
Correct.
Okay.
Any further questions? Okay, we're ready for the infrastructure model.
Infrastructure model. So the purpose of the infrastructure model is to lay out the methodology for distribution of certain variable revenues. Now, the importance of the infrastructure model is to provide each college a dedicated, ongoing, though variable, source of funding to mitigate operating concerns and maintain quality facilities and equipment in order to provide excellent instructional programs. This has to be done due to the lack of state scheduled maintenance funding that we have received. And the last round of funding we did receive was subsequently pulled back. And the other reason is we don't have a local bond. So our infrastructure fund is critical for the success of the district. The infrastructure model was approved in March 2012 to address the total cost of ownership and infrastructure needs in response to accreditation finding. And the revenue sources of the infrastructure fund are variable, unstable, and uncertain. Some of those being enrollment fee, local revenue, interest income, any unbudgeted, unrestricted general fund revenue other than apportionment, and net savings between budget and actual expenses from district-wide services and utilities allocation. Now, you can see these two charts. The first chart on the left side, I mean, both of them on the left side actually show the categories and which are funded by the infrastructure fund, those being scheduled maintenance and capital furniture. library materials and databases, instructional and non-instructional equipment, technology refresh and replacement, as well as a few others. And you can see the second chart actually gives you the funding rate by category so that you get a sense of understanding of how the funds are allocated to each one of those categories. Now, I would also like to note that larger projects do span multiple years, and this is reflected in our carry forwards. So at this time, that concludes my presentation of the three documents: budget criteria, guiding principles and assumptions, allocation model, and infrastructure. I would like to thank the trustees for your time and open the floor to any questions that you may have.
Trustee Mantooth.
Well, first of all, thank you for that excellent overview. And I didn't want to curtail any discussion, but I would recommend that we take items 15, 04, 05, and 06 together. And I will make the motion for approval of that triumvirate.
Okay. Thank you to the team. And so I really wanted to say this was such a thorough presentation. I know there's some motion, but I believe there's some motion because of the detailed information that you provided. I know it took a lot of time to even look through all these documents and decide which ones are you going to be presenting to the board. So Valerie, Richard, and Emily, thank you very much for really all of the work that was you spent, I'm sure, hours in your office. We really, really appreciate it. And so with that, we have a motion on the table, which was moved by Trustee Mantooth and seconded by Trustee Chancer to approve items 15.04, 15.05, and 15.06.
Is there time for further discussion or questions?
There is.
And I'll be quick. And this
Trustee
is
Lichto.
and this is really big time in the weeds, but it's something that is important to me. I see down here we have a technology refresh and replacement at $300 per computer. And I'm assuming that a real refresh is going to encroach on somebody else's budget because I can't see where $300 per computer is going to cover the cost of replacements of any kind of units that are appropriate for our schools. So I'd like to hear how that happens.
That, you know,
Is that a
I'm gonna-
Dr. Watkins question?
I don't know if that's a Dr. Watkins question or an Emily question, but I do agree with you. $300 doesn't cover the cost of a unit. And did she stand up? I knew she was going to stand up.
So my concern is that if we're allocating $300 per unit and the units come in at $900 or $600, then what that means that we have fewer units for our students, and that concerns me. Unless I'm reading that wrong.
Well, if I may, Trustee Lichtel.
You may.
Just tonight, we approved $750 per unit approximately for 400 loaner laptops for students.
Right.
So right there, you see it right there.
Okay, I see Emily. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you for the question. So these rates are reviewed every year and were adjusted a couple years ago. But the reason why the $300 rate doesn't exactly match the market price is because of the refresh cycle. We don't refresh, every year. It's on depending on the device, it's a 3 to 5 year refresh cycle.
Okay.
That does make sense as long as we're allocating $300 on the number of units that were purchased previously and not replacing one for one. So thank you for that explanation.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no further questions, student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None, so motion passes. Thank you.
Excellent job, guys. Thank you.
Trustee Chair Torres. I just want to thank Vice Chancellor Mitchell as well as Mr. Hullum and Emily as well.
Yes.
For an excellent presentation. Granted, I got this twice because I had my new orientation last week, which made it a little bit easier, but the presentation was fantastic.
And I wanted to highlight and just extend from what you're saying, Trustee Pachowski, adding this deep and intensive budget is something new to the orientation. And I really appreciate the vision and the leadership of the team to be able to do this, to have it ready for one of our trustees that's coming up, the part of the onboarding process. And I know as we look forward, as we decide our trustees, those that decide that we have given enough service to the district and we move on and other trustees come on board. This is wonderful, something to continue to keep. That would be my recommendation. I think it makes such a difference in understanding who we are as a district in terms of our budget, how does it function? Because there's so many different complexities to just community college district when you're coming on board. So I really appreciated it. So with that,
Chair Torres?
Trustee Lichto.
Without objection and based on feedback that we received from staff as well as students this evening, I'd like to move that we approve 15.07 and 15.08. I'm sorry, 15.08 was pulled.
It was.
So
We moved.
15.07, increase of health fees effective fall 2025.
Okay, 15.0, action to improve increase to health fees, moved by Trustee Lichto. Is there a second?
I will second that, but I have a question.
Okay.
I don't know whether there's a ready answer, but I'm curious to know how much money will that $1 generate overall?
I don't have an answer for that, but I will get one for you. We can
I would
project
very
out.
much like to know the answer to that question.
It-
And if you could give me a breakout by campus.
Will do.
I assume that was a per pupil fee. Is that not what that is?
The health fee is per pupil, per student, right?
Yeah, I should say
Yeah.
student. So each of our students pay a fee and that's going to increase by $1. So therefore the population of that college times $1.
Want to assume that every student
Understood.
pays that amount.
Mm-hmm.
Understood.
Any further questions? Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. With this, we move to 16.01. The public hearing. We will now open the public hearing on the initial proposal from the Service Employees International Union Local 99 to the Ventura County Community College District. This public hearing provides an opportunity for members of the public to comment on the initial proposal. In accordance with the collective bargaining requirements, this hearing ensures transparency in the negotiation process and allows the community to provide input before formal negotiations begin. At this time, I invite any members of the public who wish to comment on this item to please come forward. If none, we close the hearing. Okay. So with this, we move on to 16.02. Action to accept the initial proposal from SEIU to the Ventura County Community College District. Is there a motion to move the acceptance from a trustee? Moved by Trustee Mantu. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Pachowski. Student trustees all in favor? Say aye. Any opposed? Motion passed. I noticed that Trustee Lichto stepped out.
Appropriate, Madam Chair, that we take a 5-minute recess.
He didn't mention it to me. Motion passed. We have the majority of the board. So we will take a 5-minute recess. Reconvening. That's okay. At any moment in time, trustees, so if there's anybody from the staff, if you feel that we need to take a 5-minute recess, just let me know and I'm happy to make sure we take one. Because sometimes we just push through and so it's nice to just let us know and we're more than happy to take a 5-minute recess. So with this, we move on to 16.03. And we will now open the public hearing on the initial proposal from the Ventura County Community College District to the Service Employees International Local Union Local 99 SEIU. This public hearing is an opportunity for members of the public to provide comments on the district's initial proposal. In accordance with collective bargaining requirements, this hearing ensures transparency in the negotiation process and allows for public input before formal negotiations begin. At this time, I invite any members of the public who wish to comment on this item to please come forward. Hearing no further comments, I will now close the public hearing on this item. And with this, we move to 16.04. Action to adopt the Ventura County Community College District initial proposal to SEIU.
I move that we approve 16.04 as submitted.
Moved by trustee Lichter. Is there a second? Seconded by trustee Pachowski. How do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. With this, we move on to 16.05. And 16.05 is the action to approve the board resolution for the layoff class employees. We have public comments that came before us that we were able to listen to in person, and also some that came to us via written form as well. So with this, I open it up for discussion. If there is any discussion from board members at this moment.
Chair Torres?
Trustee
I'll
Lichter?
defer to Mr. Mantooth.
I have a couple of comments. First of all, I found this to be a struggle because not a single meeting goes by, but what we don't acknowledge our commitment to our students. Everyone uniformly places them as our #1 priority. And coming from the K-12 world, we recognized and embraced for a long, long time that if students don't feel well, they don't learn well. I realize that there's a financial side of this. If it's not finance, then it would be lack of work. Doesn't sound like there's a lack of work. I was interested to hear that the college is looking to a restructuring of the student health center. Didn't know that there wasn't a nurse on staff. Nonetheless, this would result in likely someone losing their job. And if the students have less services, they have to find those services somewhere else, which might even be one of the other campuses. The other thing that occurs to me is sometimes it's not always about the money. Sometimes you deliberately agree to lose money. I'm reminded of police services that when parking revenue dried up and we did not increase parking fees, there was a much larger commitment on the part of the general fund to fund police services. I don't think we thought too long and hard about doing that in the interest of safety. I also believe that in terms of health, whether it be physical or mental, that's a safety issue too. Again, I'm using a lot of words in telling you why I struggle with this. We are not cutting the budget of Ventura College in the coming year or in the current year that I know of. There is provision for carryover. There's also the ability to reallocate resources. I would certainly encourage Ventura College to look at a realignment of their student health center. But until a solution is arrived at, I simply can't support laying off these two individuals if there is not a lack of work.
Thank you, Trustee Mantooth. Any other trustee?
Madam Chair.
Trustee
I have
Paczewski.
a question for President Habib, if it would be appropriate. Earlier, you mentioned that this was a realignment and that the intention was to lay off these two individuals in order to be able to hire a nurse. Now, I didn't hear earlier, maybe I missed it, Trustee Mantooth. I didn't hear how many nurses work for student health at Ventura College now. None.
No full-time. We don't have a full-time permanent. We have a contract to have some level of service. So at this point, we only offer clinical appointments a day a week. If we hire a nurse, we can expand the services for more days a week, so students can actually have health services.
Now, I don't necessarily, in a situation like this, I don't necessarily think that one size fits all, but just for the sake of comparison, I'd like to ask at least President Sokunu, because he's here, how many nurses do you have at student health at Moore Park College?
We have a coordinator, but we don't have the nurse, the clinical nurse.
Okay, thank you.
And the model, maybe James can speak about, because we compare the models with Oxnard and Moore Park, and we want to be on par with a number of nurses and also the assistants. James, do you have those numbers?
And while he's coming up, Dr. Gonzalez, can you speak to the staffing at Oxnard? If you can't, that's okay.
I can't confirm, but I think Adriana is here
Okay.
and Oscar can speak to
We'll
it.
do that next. Thank you.
Trustee Chancellor?
Oh, I think we have Zabas up there to speak to the
Oh.
previous issue.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
sorry, James.
So when we were looking at this, what we were looking at was we noticed we do have our student health center coordinator who is a nurse practitioner as well, similar to Oxnard. So that is the nurse that we do have on. We do have that nurse on staff. We don't have another college nurse, which is what we were saying we really need to move towards. We have currently 4 student health assistant twos. I think I got that title.
Okay, any further questions? Trustee Chancellor?
Thank you. I'm not gonna try and re-say what my colleague Stan Mantooth said, but on the procedure part, for me, I kind of would like a package deal, so to speak. Like if we're going to restructure, then exactly how we restructure should be included in the item and with the org chart. And I would also make a recommendation that if the intent of this is to then hire a nurse, either part-time or full-time, we can't let students pay the price for a gap in that position coming on board. And as of right now, because we don't have that in writing, or a proposal or anything of that, it seems like there would be a gap. My second, procedure request is in the future, when we have a recommendation for a, layoff, that, because in the notes, in the background, it says the, 2 employees have been made aware of that. I would recommend we hold off on alerting employees that this would, potentially they would be losing their job until the board, makes that decision. Because you know, and I don't know how this vote's gonna go, but there's a lot of stress, a lot of public comment, a lot of community angst, student angst, based on something that may or may not happen. So I feel like we kind of went ahead there of the process and that authority given to us as trustees. Thank you.
Chancellor McLennan.
And I see Vice Chancellor Barroso grabbing her microphone.
So this one was really hard for us as well. In terms of the procedure, Trustee Chancellor, there's timing issues that are involved, right, with this whole process. Out of an abundance of sensitivity for the those that were going to be impacted, we couldn't take it to admin services because then that would be notifying. And because of the angst that we didn't want to cause employees, you know, I'll just remind the board that we are doing a layoff of the position, not of the people. The intent is going to be, and this is not until June 30th. So we have until June 30th to continue to look for the options. It's just by law, we have to give a March 15th notice, and that March 15th notice really ties our hands with this. And it wasn't up until the day we notified them, which was just last week, that we didn't continue to analyze. And, you know, I really appreciate Vice President Savas and President Lurido Habib, because we questioned at every single point because we did not want to bring this item. And every time we asked a question, they were able to provide us with a response. The action is, again, to lay off the position. And then our intent, and we've fully committed to SEIU with this, is to be looking at all of our vacancies as they come up, the minimum requirements for different positions to see if the folks that are going to be impacted can land in one of these positions. We have until June 30th, and that would be the intent that we have.
Thank you. Any further comment?
Chair Torres.
Trustee Lichto.
Ms. Barroso, thank you for that last comment, because that was gonna be one of my questions, the fact that there could be some bumping or some vacant positions at these individuals, because at the end of the day, even though we're eliminating the positions, we are laying off individual people that could potentially lose their jobs. But it does allay some of my concerns to know that they could fall into another position within our district. So that's really important to me. I guess my questions for Dr. Habib would be, with the 2 remaining positions in the interim until we get a nurse on staff, do you believe that we'll be able to service our students without interruption to service?
Yes, and it will be the appropriate level of support for a nurse.
Okay.
Because that nurse will produce other services.
So if we are looking to hire a nurse, is that somebody that we have in place who we would be increasing hours? Or are we going to go outside and do a search for a nurse? Do we need to add a position?
I think
that
we'll
make
be
sense?
posting the position. Yeah, we'll be posting the position.
Okay, you'll be posting the
Mhm,
position. Okay. And that should take maybe a month before we get somebody in place?
Probably a little more.
A little more?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm being optimistic.
Yeah, probably before June, but
My question about the 2 remaining assistants, I think they are. Are these positions open to and eligible for substitutes in case one of them is absent? Do we get that individual replaced? So in other words, it concerns me that we're going from 4 individuals doing a job to 2. If one of those individuals takes sick and is going to be gone for 2 or 3 days, is it feasible that we would have somebody else come in and covering their work? Is that in place? Does that even happen at this level?
I
Or
don't
do we
know
just live
if we
without-
have that
Do
model.
we just
but
live without the service?
Well, we have opportunities for out of class assignments, which
Okay.
we would look at. So there or provisional assignments, there would be some opportunity to make sure that there isn't a gap in services.
But if somebody's
if we know
absent,
of leave.
but if somebody's absent, they're absent and we don't have that service for those days.
I would say.
Okay. Obviously, that's a concern, but maybe that's just an ongoing concern. And then last question I have, will there be a need for, or will there be additional training provided? We're going from 4 individuals to 2. I assume there's jobs that maybe need to be, if they haven't already, know the entire job of the other individuals. Is there going to be any additional training, support for those 2 individuals until we hire our nurse? And I realize that these individuals will be on until June 30. So by then we'll have a nurse in place, but additional training, can you
We
speak
can
to that?
always offer that, of course.
Okay, thank you. Student trustee.
We have a motion.
No.
Thank you. I just want to begin with a couple questions to clarify before I move on to my comments and concerns. So first, I just want to clarify if there was any other routes considered other than laying off these 2 employees to supplement funding for the health centers.
James.
So when we have almost all new management in that side of the house since last year. So last spring, I get spring and fall confused. I don't know why. But last spring, we got a new dean and a new student health center coordinator that came in. And one of the first things that I talked to them about from a budget standpoint was for them to please look at the fact that we have been running a deficit for a number of years and try and figure out what they would recommend. This is something that after their review, they've come to the conclusion that they think this is probably the best way forward in order to make the budgetary impact we need to make. So it's been a conversation, but it's really been, them looking at their staffing, looking at the operations and making that decision and making that recommendation.
The increase in the student health fee, would that not be enough to,
Yeah, no, the student health fee, like I said, if you look at about $1 a student coming in, that's probably very, very rough numbers, $15,000 per semester, so maybe $30,000 a year, which is not going to be significant enough to make that big of an impact on something like this.
All right, thank you. And the last question I have is, I know that the health center works very closely with mental health services, and I understand they have separate budgets. Is there any way that the 2 budgets can be combined, or would there be any benefit to that, or if that's even possible?
There's separate budgets. It is something that we are looking at expanding mental health services, and so that's something we want to look at, is how we might be able to look at something in that area. But they're separate budgets.
And they're funded through grants. And we're constantly applying for grants to expand mental health services. So
Answering those questions, but I still do have concerns, not just personal concerns, but also concerns that I've heard from other students. Obviously, it is my role to voice those concerns for the students. And I want to begin by saying I understand the need to address the funding issues, but I believe that terminating these 2 employees may not be the best way to do so. And as we all know, we are here to serve in the public's best interest. It's hard to forget that when it's written all above all of our heads. And in my opinion, the health center is just one of the ways that the colleges and the district as a whole serves the public. And without these 2 employees, I believe that serving the students will be less efficient, and there will be that gap for student services. And I don't mean to be redundant in repeating any of the points that were heard from our public comments or fellow trustees on the dais, but I just want to state my concerns and the concerns of other students. So first is the health center does get plethora of work, and obviously this is a lack of funding issue, not lack of work. And I believe that with the termination of these two employees, that will only become more of an issue because we don't have these two employees to help in the health center, and that concern of that gap between the termination and hiring a nurse. So that's the first concern. And then the second concern is that some of these students rely on the health center as their main form of healthcare or their only form of healthcare. And with this layoff, I believe the health center will not be able to provide as many services to students or as frequently. We've also heard that from our faculty here today. And my concern is that we will have to turn away students with this decrease in staff because there's going to be less staff to provide these services, and there might be an overwhelming amount of work. And I also know that the health center works very closely with the mental health center, and they do provide support to that center. And another concern is that if students go to the mental health center looking for help, they would be turned away or not helped in a timely manner that the student might need, which obviously in mental health for students, it takes a great deal of bravery to reach out for help. And I'm worried that if these students aren't helped in a timely manner the first time because of this decrease in staff, that these students will be discouraged to ask for help again. Additionally, I also want to commend the two employees that gave their public comment. It is very evident that they care deeply about students, and that is very important, not just for colleges or our district as a whole, but specifically in healthcare. It is important for students to feel comfortable to who they go to open up about their experience with their health and so on. And the value of seeing a friendly face it really is invaluable to students. And I believe those are all of my concerns. And I just want to finish my statement with saying that I will not be supporting the termination of these two employees, and for all of these reasons and just in good conscience. So thank you.
Thank you, student trustee. So I'll go ahead and I'll share my perspectives. As the chair, I wait till the very end. There's questions?
There's more.
There's more.
Yeah,
Okay,
we both have questions.
I'll let you go ahead.
okay. I'll share. Well, I can wait till the very end to give my perspective.
However you feel. If
Oh.
you want to go last, you can go last, or you can go right now.
I can share. Maybe it's a conversation.
Yeah.
And folks, so I'll go ahead and I'll speak because everybody's had a chance
Absolutely.
perspectives.
Please.
So for me, it takes so much courage for people to come and speak when it comes to their positions and to say, I know I have bumping rights and I know I'll be okay, but that means somebody else will not. And when we talk about compassion and we talk about empathy and we talk who we are as a board, it really just speaks volumes. But also as a board, we make a commitment to our students. Rarely do we have students address us in written format or in person to let us know of their needs. And I will say, when I hear of students, of what is it that students need? We take a look at our budget, we take a look at our resources, and we say, what are our students saying to us? Because rarely do we listen directly from them. We do hear their surveys. We hear that there's maybe students from Associated Student Government who can participate through the participatory governance process in their colleges, but rarely do we have students outside of those process come and speak to us. So our input usually comes from students maybe participating. And so to me, given everything we've seen within public health, the needs that our students need, both medical, mental health, and listening to them, I also, alongside with our other trustees who have spoken in terms of looking into our perhaps realignment of the budget within supports, if it's something that we can support also as trustees, if it's one of our colleges that's having difficulties. I mean, many times we say that we want to support. We don't know your budgets. You know your budgets best. And perhaps sometimes within your budgets, it's difficult for you to be able to support it. And then we invite you to come to us. But I know for myself, when I hear from students, my ear is listening. I truly am, because I rarely hear them. So for myself, there's many different questions. It's difficult. I understand it's just like my fellow colleagues that it's a difficult decision. But for me, and listening from student trustee who you represent, the voice of our students, I also feel very much compelled to be able to, at this particular moment, not support this resolution. But I know there's questions, and I do want to hear from my fellow colleagues, trustees who are here at the dais. So at this moment, is Trustee Lichto, Trustee Pachowski, who had a question?
Chancellor McClellan, if it's okay, can I ask Dr. Zava some questions since he's the numbers guy? So my question is related to kind of making the numbers work for me, assuming that this new nurse. So we're really talking about a restructuring here, more so than laying off because of lack of work. We're really looking at a restructuring situation, a restructuring that with a nurse, I assume an RN or what have you, registered nurse, we would be able to increase the quality of service. And that's not a knock on any employee, current employee, but it's a knowledge base, and it's what they can provide, obviously opportunity through that. So with that in mind, can you make the numbers work for me? So if we're laying off, we're reducing 2 positions, will those 2 positions cover the entire cost of a nurse? And are those line items budgeted from the same budget? In other words, would that also be coming, would this nurse also be coming from the fees that are collected from students? So in there's got to be a savings, or this is not a reduction to save money. If it's a restructuring, then let's call it a restructuring, because we think that service is going to be increased based on the qualifications of a nurse. So can you speak to that?
Yeah, so looking at the numbers, like I said, we run with our current staffing exactly as it is. We're running a deficit in the neighborhood of $50,000 a year. If we were to add a nurse into there with the exact same staffing, that deficit would be approximately $230,000. So if this was to pass, that deficit would actually, and hired the nurse pretty much on even maybe $20,000 or $30,000 in the positive, not factoring any other increases in. So just looking at things kind of in today, based on today's budget, based on today's dollars, so not factoring any increases in costs,
Sure,
whether they're personnel or materials.
So if I heard you right, your estimate for a full-time nurse would be $180,000 a year?
Fully loaded. That sounds about right.
Okay. And so, again, this is not a cost savings measure. This is an opportunity to restructure a program to provide what the administration is coming to us with, saying, we believe this is going to be better service for our students. Dr. Habib, did you want to mention something?
That is correct. And it will allow us to actually offer more clinical and more health services that currently we cannot provide because we don't have a nurse. So there will be more appointments available. There will be more services.
And so I want to go back to, I think one of the first comments was made by Trustee Chancellor, and that is that it would have been helpful for us to get an entire kind of a synopsis and a package, the cost breakdown. And I realize that sometimes there's either not time or, these are important decisions. We're on a timeline. I understand that. And I apologize for the questions if they're redundant. Sometimes I think redundancy is important. But again, I think that this was presented as a way to save money, but I don't think that's the issue. I think the issue is that your recognition and maybe other staff is that we're not serving students to the best of our ability based on the fact that we don't have the most qualified individual that could be running that program. And therefore, that's our goal, is to put a nurse in place to best serve our students. So with that, I will say that with that in mind, I support the restructuring that's been presented, and I'm prepared to vote yes on this item.
Trustee Pacheski.
Yeah, I've got some questions for Vice President Zavis as well. So exactly how much are we going to save by if we move forward with these reductions?
So specifically just to the.
If we just lay off these two individuals, how much money will be saved? Without hiring a nurse. What's the cost of those two positions?
Sorry, I'm trying to do some quick math in my head off the top. That was one I didn't look up. I'm gonna ballpark it at 180 to 200,000.
Okay, so basically, from what you
Again,
just
very
explained,
ballpark.
from what you just explained to Trustee Lichtel, basically those two positions are being reduced in order to allow for the hiring of the nurse. But I'm sitting here looking at the information that was provided to the trustees, and I'm reading item 3 here. It says fiscal responsibility. The health center has been operating with a $250,000 annual deficit for several years, and student health fees simply can't sustain this structure. Well, so this, as Trustee Lichtel just pointed out, this is not about cost savings. This is not about cost savings. I would now you mentioned that there was a new dean that was hired, and what's that dean's responsibilities?
All student life, so athletics as well as student government, student health center. I'm trying to remember. I think there's a couple other areas in that under them, but I can't remember.
See, I would prefer to see us eliminate, find somewhere in the administration to cut the bloat, rather than eliminating a line level position. That would be my preference.
It's different funding. If I may clarify a little bit about that deficit.
Please.
We used to have a nurse. There's a vacancy for many years. When we have a nurse, we have a deficit of 250, 300 if we look historically. This year, we don't have a nurse, so our deficit is 30,000. But we also don't have services for students because we don't have the staffing to serve students with the level of healthcare. We could not bring a nurse, that vacancy that we have, we cannot in good conscience fiscally bring it up because we'll be running a $250 deficit. And I really appreciate the feedback because really we were concerned on process, the March 15 notice, and we were just focused on that to be sure. We did our homework, we did the study, and we didn't think of presenting it this way with the restructuring. Our commitment is to be fiscally responsible while expanding medical services to students. I mean, we're not trying to save money because what we're trying to do is restructuring this with the right level of support so we can expand those hours for students. With the status quo, the health center is open. We just don't offer appointments to students. The students may not be aware of that, but we only have 1 day of appointments, sometimes 2 days. We're trying to expand that.
Thank you, Dr. Loredo Habib. So we've had a conversation. I appreciate the dialogue from the trustees. We do need to have a motion on the table to decide what we're going to be doing. So at this moment, as we look at 16.05, is there an action to move approve of Board Resolution 2025-01?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Lichtel. Seconded. Who will second it? Is there a second? So since, yes. So for lack of a second, it dies. So with it dying, that means that the board does not take action, so there will be no notices going to employees in terms of a March 15 notice for layoffs.
All right, Chair Torres, I would like to make a comment then that if this is an area of need, then I think that one of the things I think that as a board we have discussed almost ad nauseum is front loading and planning. And I think that this item coming forward to us with more time to consider and discuss, I think we might have had a better opportunity to come to the outcome that would have maybe, in your opinion, served our students better. And I'm talking to you, Dr. Habib. But I think that this did feel a little last minute, and it was mentioned that we were trying to, get through the process. I support it because it sounds to me like the intention is to increase service to our students, which I think is important. At the same time, I think that we just need to be more front loading, and we need to be, and I think Trustee Chancellor's recommendation of coming to us with a full plan, I think would have been very, very helpful. So.
We appreciate you bringing it forward and sharing with us your vision. And it's a learning experience for all of us as things come our way. And we're going to think of restructuring. What does that look like? What would the board need to see? So we appreciate all of the work and the studies that went forward or that took place to bring this forward to the board. So thank you very much for that as well.
Chair
Trustee
Torres,
Mantooth.
just wanted to say that, I agree with the comments about front loading and finding a better solution to serve our students. But, and I think also, frankly, it's regrettable that the law changed, that we have to give March 15th notices to classified employees. That's another issue, because it doesn't allow us to be nimble. But I think that this is something that can be revisited. You may have to incur a deficit for another year.
Thank you, Trustee Mantooth. With this, we move to 16.06. Action. Trustee Lichto.
This is a procedural issue that comes forward each year. It was discussed at ASC. I'd move that we approve 16.06 as provided.
Okay. Okay. Moved by Trustee Lichto, seconded by Trustee Mantooth. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. 17.01, institutional effectiveness, and this goes to Dr. Herrera. Or Chancellor McLennan.
This was presented as information. I know there was some discussion earlier in the agenda to have a report out, but I don't think we're prepared to do a report out on this, right, Dr. Herrera?
That's correct. We didn't discuss that at the past committee, doing a report out here. We can give a summary. Wendy is here if you'd like a summary.
A summary would be perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Wendy.
You hear me?
Yes.
Now, hello, everyone. Trustees, Chair Torres, student trustee, and everyone here. I'm Wendy Saunders. I'm the Director of Training and Organizational Development for the district. Been in this role just about a year, and had the opportunity to present this report that I hope all had a chance to read at the past committee. We've been doing a lot of important work over the last year, and I'll just share very briefly a summary of the key areas that we've been focusing on. The first being district-wide new employee onboarding. So the HR department has been working on a new onboard system that's part of the NeoGov platform, and we're currently in the piloting phase of that program right now. So we have classified employees who are utilizing the new system to onboard. And alongside that, we're piloting a supervisory guide their supervisors can use to onboard their new classified employees. So that pilot is going quite well, and we hope by the end of this semester that we will have an adaptation of that for faculty, and ultimately we'll be working on it for administration as well. The second area is district-wide leadership development. We've been doing a lot of work on this over the past year. We created a new Leadership Essentials series, which was piloted in the fall, a series of 3 trainings focused on leadership and management, on the performance management process and classified evaluations, as well as team building and development. The pilot overall went very well, and we got a lot of valuable feedback on that, which we've been able to utilize to now modify and improve those trainings, which we're rolling out again here in the spring. We also offered a number of other leadership development trainings, including the FRISC training and others as well in the fall, and are continuing to roll those out this semester. The third area is district-wide diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And as the Board of Trustees knows, you all approved the EEO plan last year. And so we are in the first year of implementing that plan. There are dozens of different strategies, including expansion of training, but that's just one of many. So I'm also focused on that. And then finally, the fourth area is district-wide general professional development and compliance training. We did a thorough audit of our mandatory training for employees this past year, and ensured that we had all the right trainings, and we rolled that out district-wide and had the best compliance that we've had to date, from what I understand, in terms of mandatory trainings. We also created a system. Well, we didn't create it. We're leveraging the California Community College's learning management system called Vision Resource Center, which is a really great platform for training. And so we've been utilizing that now in a way that hasn't been utilized before. For all instructor-led training is being entered in there, and employees can check their transcripts and register for training. We are also going to be distributing in the next few months a district-wide training guide, which will have a curated list of video trainings that are available in the Vision Resource Center for all employees to take advantage of. So kind of focusing in on some key areas of interest for employees. We've also rolled out a district-wide training schedule this spring with to try to meet the needs of that have been expressed by employees. A number of different types of trainings, including Microsoft Office trainings, Zoom AI trainings, Real Colors, strengths appreciation trainings, things like that. So we're very excited about that as well. And we have in the works the plan to create some new leadership development programs this year, which we're very excited about and look forward to sharing with you once we've got them underway a little bit more. With that, I think I'll conclude my summary, and I'm happy to take any questions that you all may like to ask. Thank you.
Trustees, any questions?
Yeah, Chair Torres.
Trustee Lichtel.
I have questions related to the costs that are associated with the professional development programs that are offered district-wide or at the sites. As I look at page 12 and I look at the number of participants, for example, in the Leadership Essentials series, this is not necessarily a question that needs to be answered today, but I think it would be important for us to know, are we using a train the trainers model? Are we sending people and they're coming back and they're training others? Are we using consultants that are coming in? And what are the costs associated with those types of activities? I think that's important to me. And then one that's really difficult, I think, to measure, more so in some areas than others. But I think it's really important that we measure the efficacy of these programs. And is it resulting in what we expect? Are we developing better leaders? Are we getting better outcomes in the classroom? Are professors and teachers, are they more capable? Are we producing students that are at a higher level as they move forward? So I appreciate the report. I think it is quite comprehensive. Some of my questions may be answered within the report. If I missed it, I apologize for that. But if they weren't, then some follow-up would be appreciated.
Sure. Happy to provide that. And just in brief, some of these are being developed in-house, utilizing trainers from within our institution, myself included, for the Leadership Essentials series. But we have also brought in some external consultants for some of the trainings, such as the FRISC training. So,
Yeah, I
yes.
saw that we had a law firm do the first training. So again, the whatever the costs associated with that, I'm sure it's embedded in board docs there somewhere. But when we get these kind of reports, I think it would be helpful for me anyways to see that, you know, we did this program, we did this training, it costs us this much money. That way I can associate that with what's happening.
Sure.
Thank you so much for your report.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wendy. With this, we move to Chancellor's report.
I'm going to just move right into my report, which is very brief. To start with, well, maybe it's not that brief, but we're going to go ahead and talk about the Ventura College, well, not the Ventura College, the district solar projects that have been happening in all three of our campuses. Provided the board a report, well, maybe 2 weeks or so ago, and a timeline with in response to board questions about those projects. Vice Chancellor Mitchell is prepared to walk through some of the basics of that and then have a conversation, answer any questions.
Thank you. So what I wanted to present to the board is sort of a summary of the report that I submitted 2 weeks ago. And it's looking at the solar projects and EV projects at all three of our campuses. So let's start with Moore Park. So the solar PV system has been fully operational since August of 2023 at Moore Park. The EV charging station installation is in progress with 156 charging ports planned at that location. The design approvals were secured through DSA and approved by DSA in January of 2025. And Moore Park is currently contracting to get their DSA inspector. And the next level of work is to work with Southern California Edison to begin the infrastructure work in the coming months. And that infrastructure work that Southern California Edison is going to do is they are going to provide the conduit to the actual charging stations. They call that the stubs. And then we have another vendor that's going to come in and actually install the charging stations. The project remains on track right now for an activation in late fall of this year. On to Oxnard College. The solar PV system has been operational since December of 2022 at Oxnard. The EV charging station project was out of DSA in December of 2024. They have 95 ports, charging ports that they are going to install. It is moving forward. There was a minor delay with Southern California Edison on the Oxnard EV charging station because we had outdated contacts. Unfortunately, there's been some turnover at Oxnard and turnover here, and Southern California Edison, about a 3 to 4 week delay, was trying to figure out who to contact to move forward. So we've straightened that out. We've updated our contacts, and they are also slated to have their EV chargers operational by late fall. They're looking at September was the timeline. For Ventura College, the solar project has faced significant delays that I detailed in the report. Many due to the infrastructure modifications, redesigns, negotiating prices, negotiating with different teams. It seems that after years of the negotiation and adjustments, it's got back on track last year with an updated agreement with Forefront Power that came to the board in October to do a change to the PPA rate in order to pay for the upgraded mechanical equipment. There are two significant milestones to this project that I'm looking at right now, and one is the civil engineer work. The civil engineering work is third-party work that needs to take place before Southern California Edison comes in for the final piece, which is energizing the solar panels. So right now, currently, the project is with the third-party civil engineers, which is really good news because that means that we are on track with the update that you got in September that said these solar panels are due to go live in July or August. So it's sitting right now with the civil engineers. That should take about 6 weeks. And after that, it goes to Southern California Edison, and they're estimating 2 months before we are live at Ventura. As far as the EV charging stations, I don't have an update on that one just yet. So I'm reaching back out to see if we can do simultaneously the charging stations while we're doing the solar panel. I think the attention was on the solar panel prior, and the EV charging stations did not move forward at Ventura campus. So we're circling back with that vendor now.
Would you, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
Would you mind just spending a little bit of time on the major sort of reasons for the delay at Ventura College?
I'm going to have to refer to my notes, so please forgive me. Ventura College originally started with a design and a design team that reviewed the design at Southern California Edison. It was approved. However, when it was time for the mechanical work to take place, the entire design team that approved the original design had been replaced. So the secondary team that came in took a look at that design and made a determination that the design was too big for the grid and the transformer that was in place at the time at Ventura College. So they requested the district to go back and redesign the solar installation. The original design timeline was about a year. Then it was in negotiation for about another 7 or 8 months with Southern California Edison before they went back and did the redesign, which was another year. So that was almost 3 years worth of negotiating about the design. The design was subsequently smaller in scale, if you will. I believe the batteries is what the battery charging was what was removed from the design. And then Southern California Edison signed off on attaching it to their grid. So that was one of the major holdups in the very beginning. The second holdup was with after the redesign was accepted, there was still going to be some significant mechanical equipment upgrades that needed to be purchased, and that was the $700,000 investment that Southern California Edison wanted the district to make, and there was some negotiating back and forth with that for about 4 or 5 months before we came up with a solution through our third-party vendor to renegotiate our rate to cover that cost. Now, the rate that we got is still way below market, and it's still a very profitable rate for us, but it wasn't as low as we had initially engaged with Forefront. But we needed to re-engage the contract in order to pay for the $700,000 worth of mechanical upgrades that were required for the new design.
Thank you. And that last piece was brought to the board
in October of 2024.
Thank you.
I will take any questions that I can answer.
Trustees, any questions? Trustee Chancellor.
I appreciate the district's report that came out of your office or department, and then also the explanation tonight. I guess where I'm struggling a little bit is, you know, and this happened to me, you know, when we go to conferences or Ventura Unified School District, they're placing solar now. But let's hypothetically say I go to a conference and a trustee from another college district says, you know, we're thinking about getting solar. What do you think? And my response is, I don't know. Because I hear the report and I've seen the report, but it still feels vague to me. Like the explanation of, you know, roughly 4 or 5 years of delays, it seems extensive. And that's one of the reasons why in early February, I requested to have an outside audit to come in and say what went wrong here. And it's not to point fingers, but it's to be able to hopefully correct this and communicate this. And if it's our partners with Edison, if it's Forefront, it's in the contract writing, if it's in the design team, whoever that falls in, I think it's important to know. And if it is, you know, it sounds like it's a mixed responsibility, but if there's a challenge that we have with Edison, I think as trustees or as a district, that needs to come out. And I think pressure needs to be placed on Edison and say, hey, you need to do better. And I say that at the same time with, if it's an internal challenge that we had and we hold some responsibility, then we need to make sure that we are able to do better with the next project. So I'm going to come back to the request report on that item on the agenda, but I do want to make sure I say thank you for the, you know, the report and the transparency there.
Thank you, Trustee Chancellor. Trustee Pachowski.
Right. I do want to thank you, Ms. Mitchell, for the report. I think it gives all of us a good background as far as where we are at this particular point. But Chair Torres, the problem I have with this report is that it's missing, first off, it's missing some very important details. There's not a whole lot of detail in terms of an explanation of the costs involved with the systems that we currently have for each of the campuses. It doesn't mention any cost associated with the purchase of electricity for SCE's grid from the campuses, for each campus. It doesn't tell us what the terms of ownership are for the contracts that we have. It doesn't tell us if we own the panels or if they're owned by a third party. Who owns, part and parcel with that is who owns the electricity that's being generated by the panels once they're up and running. I've got numerous other questions, and I did send these to the chancellor in advance when we first received the report last week. I've been asking for 2 months for a comprehensive report on what it's going to take to make our campuses energy self-sufficient. And while this is a good start, I know this is not what I was asking for at the January board meeting. Not what I asked for at the February board meeting. And now we're in March and we still don't have that, what I've been looking for now for 3 months.
So I appreciate the feedback, Trustee Pachowski, because it's detailed in terms of what the report can include. And so I appreciate that there's the beginning in terms of doing a lot of the research and the work to get just almost like a storyline of what's been happening. There has been turnover of staff. And so Ms. Mitchell is new to our position. Is it as of December? December. And I will have to say that I'm very thankful that this is the first time we really got something very comprehensive that kind of walks us through what's been occurring. And so I definitely foresee this is just the beginning, and there's going to be something more detailed with the information you're requesting. And, I really appreciate that, Trustee Pachowski, because sometimes, I'm going to put myself in their shoes. We hear requests, and then sometimes it's more like those follow-up questions. Can you tell me more what it is that you would like to have, that we need to include in this report? And I have confidence and faith in our team that they're able to generate some of this information, which makes sense because it's been a long time. I think, when was it, Josh, that we approved the solar panels? Was it 2019? 2019. So, a lot of the times we have a new team, completely new administrative team. And so, part of us trustees, we place that trust that the work is going to be followed up. And so for different reasons, turnover of staff. But this is a priority. And I've been hearing this from the board, particularly taking it again this year as a priority to look into the solar panel project and see what are we going to do moving forward. This is some information, and I imagine that this is just getting some information to continue the dialogue, perhaps from what I'm hearing. But I will say, trustees, it's hard to get dates. I was going to recommend a study session because the solar panel projects almost requires that, whether it's a board meeting, and I know it's close to 11, but at times, this is the only time we can meet. And I will say sometimes having to book an extra meeting has been challenging, but there is also needs for study sessions. And so we can most certainly embed them into our trustee meetings, knowing that they might take a little bit longer, or we can look at our schedules and then also just include an additional day, whether it's an evening, so we can bring in more information and then decide what we want to do moving forward. But to your question, Trustee Pachowski, I think, and Valerie, let me know, is this some information that would be possible to bring forward to the board at some point? Or Chancellor McLennan?
Well, I guess I need to respond to a couple of the comments that have just been made. And first of all, the report that was generated for the board answered the question that was asked. And Trustee Pachowski, and all due respect, the questions you've asked are way beyond the scope of the report that we were provided. The information that you seek, most of it is in historic records and other board approval items or other board reports that we can certainly make available to you. It was not the scope of that report, which was a specific question about the delays, and most importantly about the delays.
That wasn't my question in January or February.
No, and I'm going to get to that as well. Okay. And with respect to a decision to begin a feasibility study to completely remove all 3 colleges off the grid, which is essentially what you've asked us to look into, is it's really a bigger board decision. I mean, it's a full board decision about the resources that it would take to do that. If we're gonna, we probably have to do a feasibility study, to do a feasibility study, to get the scope of what a project and what that would work would look like, and the amount of staff time and the resources that would go into building that. So I respect the interest in the subject and the topic, but it really is not something that I think it's beyond one trustee to cause all that work to have happen. That's going to need something, whether it's a study session or a board agenda item, to start activating that. I think the board needs to discuss if that's the direction they want staff to begin pursuing. And we're willing to do it. It's just a matter of priorities and making sure the board's aware of what all those priorities are, what the cost benefit analysis would look like. I don't have any predetermined idea of what that would look like, but it is a big journey to go down that I think needs full board interest and support.
Thank you,
Torres,
Chancellor
I'd like
McLennan.
to make a motion then. I move that we move forward with the feasibility study to look at the possibility of taking our campuses off the grid.
I want to just caution that this isn't an agendized item in terms of action on a, it's something that we could develop as a board agenda, but it's not an action item on the agenda tonight.
I think it's more for discussion and what you're looking to seek if there's support. So I know Trustee Pachowski said that he's interested in wanting a feasibility study to take place. Is there another trustee or other trustees who have an interest?
Well, for me, and I know it's getting late, so I'm going to be real brief about this. To me, the system, I don't want to call it broken, but through accreditation, we did a lot of cleanup on requesting from staff information and reports because it was too much. And they just said, we can't do it. We don't know which direction to go. And I'm starting to feel that now. So we created a system, and it was, you fill out the document, you ask for a report, and it then comes to the board, not as a report, but as a decision to give staff direction. Do we want to go and get a report for this? And we have that document. And this is where I think the system needs some adjustment. I don't want to say it's broken, but I'll speak for myself on requesting an outside audit to see what happened. I filled out the form early February, didn't show up on the February agenda. And I'm not saying the audit should show up, but the discussion to say, are there 5 and a student trustee recommendation to say, yeah, we want to have an audit, or no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to direct staff to invest resources and time for an audit. And I think that if we're going to live by this document or this request in the system, we got to live by it. Because I think when information comes up in a chancellor report and then we say, well, we want something else, I think we have to craft it, we have to request it, and then it comes before us, we have a quick, brief discussion, and we give staff direction. I mean, so that's my position on this system, but it's not working now. And I think we have to come together as a board and decide how we're going to request information, how we're going to request reports, feasibility, whatever it is, because it just makes sense to me.
Okay, and just to provide some history for Trustee Pachowski, so this was something that was decided, I want to say maybe 3 years ago, that if there was an interest that a trustee had in terms of a report, they would submit that information, and there's a form that was created, and then that information would be presented to the board. And then as a board, we would discuss it. Is this something of an interest that we have as a board? And if so, then at that moment, the chancellor works alongside with his staff to work whether it's going to be a report that then moves us to a study session or however it's going to be carried out. And so as a board, that was a decision that was made with other board members. And now we have new board members who are part of this new board. Is that something that we want to continue? Because to Trustee Chancellor's point, if it's something we need to have in place and we need to abide by it, and I know that there were times that the same happened with Trustee Mantle. He had a request at one point, wanted to know more about a specific area. I want to say perhaps was with the Santa Paula, and it took some time to get it into the agenda to even discuss it. So And so what we've done, so noting that some of the things that we have agreed as a board is the reason why you now have a calendar. So working alongside with Chancellor McLennan, you'll look and it's listed somewhere here. I know Lisa said the calendar is listed here. You'll notice that your request of Santa Paula solar project board, the budget, those are some PLA agreement. Those are already embedded into the calendar because those are things that we agreed as a board that we wanted to move forward and discuss it. So do we still want to use this process of submitting this form to the chancellor's office? And I, this year, myself as the chair, alongside with the chancellor and also Trustee Lichtel, will take a look at those requests and then bring them forward, if that's what we want to continue doing.
Chair Torres.
Trustee Pachowski.
We've got an agenda item on tonight's agenda. Item 20.01, request for future items. Why do we even have that on there then? I mean, I've asked for this the past 2 meetings. What's it going to take to get it on the agenda?
So we can just at this moment go ahead and use this item, and we can eliminate if we want to the request for a report submitted, and we can make a decision as we are here if there's some information that's presented. But it's really up to us. That was something that was presented, I want to say 3 years ago. In terms of what's been asked for the solar project, I know there was a report, and so with the information, and I don't know exactly the details, also what was needed, but with our chancellor, a solar project was placed on the agenda to give some information. I'm hearing in terms about the audit specifically to being placed on the agenda for discussion. So we will have that, Trustee Chancellor, for next month because it's a request and to honor that. And then at that time, as a board, we can decide whether this is discussion and whether this is something that we want to move forward or not. Like Trustee Chancellor said, if we decide the majority of the trustees are not wanting to move forward with an audit, we don't, but at least we honor the request of the trustees that are being brought forward.
I fully support discussing the audit next month. And I'd also like to discuss the possibility of a feasibility study.
Okay. So, Chancellor, I know this is still your item and we've been talking about solar projects. Any additional comments or questions regarding the solar project report?
I'm just real briefly gonna, when we first decided as a board to start using the document or the form to request, I hated it because what we used to have was at the meeting, there was the item, future items for request, and we would just kind of blurt them out. I think it cleaned up the process because it gives us an opportunity, not on the spot at a board meeting, to slip into debating an item for future consideration. It was an opportunity throughout the month. We submit the form, it goes. And then if we see it through, on the agenda, we have an opportunity even to reach out to the chancellor and be like, can you give us some background on this? Why is this item showing up? What's the behind the scenes? So for me, I like the idea of the form, keeps it cleaner, and it sort of avoids having discussions at this level at 11 at night in that point. So I think it's a smart, efficient way of doing business. That's just me though.
Okay. So Trustee Lichtel, Trustee Pachowski, were you able to hear Trustee Chancellor's comment?
Yeah, more or less. I was reviewing with Trustee Pachowski. 20.01 is really kind of a matrix that tells us what's coming, what's forthcoming. Some may be requests, but some are routine things that are coming through. I guess, I think the solar panels, when I first visited Ventura College, I was a little bit surprised that the panels weren't up and running because they're up there. They're so beautiful. It's a great looking, got the cover. And then when I was at Moorpark College, they have the same structure and, it's operational, but it's not at Ventura. It's not operational to 100%. I don't believe at Moorpark or any of our colleges. So I can see where that's really frustrating. I just want to caution the board that I don't really understand. I don't have a grasp on what it's going to take to get whatever information that we're requesting to us by next month. And I don't really know. I don't know if that's a reasonable request based on the other work that's happening that keeps them. I don't know the answer to that. And so I think we're better off saying that, in the future, we want constant updates, but when it's appropriate, when the district can develop a comprehensive report so that we can have a full discussion about the panels, which could be 6 months out, or it could be more. I just think that's more prudent. We got to keep the main thing. And I don't think solar panels are the main thing. I just don't. I think it's really important I want to see them running. It's frustrating that they're not. I get that. But that's not what drives our district, right? What drives our district is we're keeping enrollment going. We're serving the needs of our community and our students. We're doing great workforce development work that maybe is on hold right now based on some things that are going on nationally. We're working really close with the base. Those are the main things that we should be worried about. Not to say it's not important, because it is important, but let's not give a 1-month timeline. I mean, I would ask that.
Trustee, I'm not asking for anything to be produced. I'm asking for an item to go on the agenda will provide a discussion. This is a trustee item. Do we want to go out and have the resources for an audit? If we do, the district may say, and the audit firm may say, we need 4 months to do this. Okay, so I just want to be crystal clear. I'm not asking for any report to be created, any items, any staff time to do that.
And I'm saying the same thing. I'm not saying that we need to have a feasibility study by, in 30 days. I'm saying we need to be able to have the discussion. With all due respect, our job is to educate our students. And as we saw so painfully in the month of January, we cannot educate our students if our campuses do not always have power.
Agreed.
So as I'm listening to just the conversation of trustees, I haven't heard from Trustee Mantooth.
It's not always that important to hear from me. If what I'm thinking is being articulated by others. But I will say, I like the idea of sticking with the protocol that we have to make these requests in writing, then discuss as a board whether we want to move forward with the request. That's, I think, what I'm hearing, because that it is probably a little more pragmatic approach than just throwing a bunch of things out under a particular category at a meeting, with the understanding that it's going to take some time. It's taken some time to agendize a discussion about the Santa Clara Valley, for example, and we need to be patient for those things.
Thank you, Trustee Mantooth. And one of the things that I'll share with the trustees that I've discovered in my role as the chair has been, there's many items that come to us as a board that we need to address. And so we're also being mindful of, can we give due diligence to those items that are being presented so that we truly have a discussion and we can truly decide, okay, we do want to move forward with an audit, or we do want to move forward with a feasibility study, and not being pressed because, like, for example, tonight we had the budget. The budget's really important. So I also know that I take notes, and actually with Chancellor McLennan, we talked about it and we said, okay, can we include this in this agenda? And we wanted to make it meaningful. And he said, Gabby, I want to make sure I have a report, some information available for the trustees to discuss so as they're making decisions. So we also look at it, when is the best time to introduce it, where there's information so we make any decisions that we need to make. Because the other thing that I would hate to see happen is that maybe something doesn't go through because of lack of information that other trustees needed to have in order to support perhaps a recommendation that a trustee has. So there's also that, almost like that balancing act, if you will, of trying to see, okay, with our staff, we have some of the regular business that's pending that we need to take care of, and that they're providing thorough information so you make informed decisions. And then there's also, as requests are being presented, we want to make sure that we also do it justice by having information that the district is prepared to respond. So we can make a decision, because my understanding is when a trustee is presenting forth an item, is because they're perhaps going to want to perhaps move it forward. But in order to that to happen, sometimes there's information that us trustees would need to know in order to make an informed decision. So those are a couple of the conversations that Chancellor McLennan and I have, but I wanted to share that so you know that it doesn't go unnoticed and that there are those conversations that we're having to bring items forward. And so that's why you have now you have a calendar that tells you specifically certain items that we agreed as a board when we're going to discuss them, because many times the conversations where they got lost, we agreed as a board, but I don't see it where it's happening. So we have now a calendar that the staff has been working very hard to ensure that all of our requests that come forward as a board are on the calendar so we know when it's coming. So with that, Chancellor McLennan, is there any other reports?
Thank you for those last comments. I really do appreciate that. And I just want to make sure um, the request that we got for an audit, as I explained, it's a very serious agenda item. It communicates, and since it's out there, I'll say this, it communicates to the world that on some level, the information the board has been provided is inadequate in somebody's determination. My goal, and when we received, prior to receiving the request for an external audit, I had committed to do another update of information to the board on the status of these projects, which was in the works for about a month and a half or so before the request came in. Made sense to me to have the board have this information, ask questions about it. Let me know if there's something inadequate in the information you've already been presented about the progress and about the non-electrification at Ventura College, problems with the timeline. In Ms. Mitchell's report, you also had some assessment from her that we didn't talk about in this report. But in that report, there was some self-reflection of challenges within the district that we're aware of. Project management being one of them, and key staff being one of them as well. And so, we can air all that if that's the will of the board. My goal is to give the board the information that it needs to understand what's going on. And if you don't feel that that's adequate, your statement to have a discussion about an external audit, yes or no, is gonna tell me what you think of that information. I don't want to oversell that. It was just important for me to give the board the information before we get to the idea of having a full-blown, full-throated discussion about having an external audit because of the potential, lots of potential negative outcomes of going down that path. If we need to go down that path, I'll be the first one to say, let's go down that path. But I wanted you to have the information first. That was what was provided in terms of the written report the board received, as well as the discussion tonight. That concludes my report.
Thank you. And with this, we move to student trustee report.
Thank you, Chair, and everyone else here tonight. I'll try to keep my report brief because I know that last month I spoke for around 10 minutes straight. So thank you all for listening to my report and having that patience. So happy Women's History Month. I also want to highlight a couple things that I've been up to in the past month. So I went to the strategic planning forums on the 19th and 20th of February, so just after last board meeting. And it was really great seeing all of the feedback and insight given by students and faculty. It was also very nice meeting some of the faculty in person. And I also, when I visited Oxnard College, Rigoberto gave me a very brief but in-depth tour of the campus. So thank you for that. And then I also attended the Vet Tech Lab grand opening, which was amazing to see. The almost warehouse like building was very impressive, and it was also really nice to see the vet tech students speak about what they do in the program. And also they had like stuffed animals strapped, yeah, as their patients, like strapped down to tables. And it was just, at first it was very concerning to see. I was like, what are they doing to these stuffed animals? But it's a very intricate program, and it was wonderful to be there in person for that. And then I also had a food insecurity task force meeting. I believe it was last week, but just an update with the food insecurity task force. We're moving forward with the collaboration with Food Share. And thank you to everyone present in that meeting, Dr. Putnam and the Chancellor, as well as our student government representatives. And the representatives from Food Share. So just a very brief update on that. And then I also had last week a STAC meeting, the Student Trustee Advisory Council meeting with the other student government representatives. And again, we just hold those meetings to gain insight and share what's going on at the colleges. I also get very insightful feedback about certain items that also help me inform my decision during today's meeting. And then lastly, today, I had a Student Trustee Advisory Committee meeting, which is operated by the CCLC. And we had a guest speaker from the board of CCLC, I believe, but it was very beneficial to have them present and speak about the current climate surrounding what is going on at the federal level and how that affects us at our district level. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, student trustee. With this, we'll move on to now trustee reports. Trustee Chancellor.
I'll keep it extremely brief. I have 4 quick things. One is I'm going to be requesting a report. I think there's been some internal conversations. I'm just eager to hear on the counselors being placed at our K-12 partners, specifically our high schools. This came up in admin services, but there's been some drawings that have come out for the new student housing at Ventura College, and the community is super excited about it. So I'm hopeful, I'm not giving a directive by any means, but I'm hopeful that we promote those visuals from the architects and even maybe put up a sign so the community knows where this facility is going to be or the structure is going to be, things like that. People are really excited about it and they should know where it is. A special thank you to Oxnard College. They welcomed my high school where I work. And they didn't just welcome us, but they had a very creative, unique experience. Future students got to actually interact with 2 college professors, which was amazing, visit financial aid, career, the Department for Career Placement, and last but not least, have lunch and meet some of the other staff and facilities. So that was amazing. And the other request I'm going to be making is for community projects. I brought this up at our last meeting, but in Congressman Carvajal's office, he said, we don't have earmarks anymore. We call them community projects. We have a new president, but those still might occur. Please have those ready to go. So I'd like for the board to have their eyes on it and to see what the prioritization of those community projects are. And last but not least, the calendar that staff and our leadership team at the board created is super. I'm super grateful for it. And I know it looks easy, but I'm sure it wasn't for staff and the relationship between the board to create that and to make that happen. And thank you for your leadership tonight. That's all.
Thank you, Trustee Chancellor. And I do want to say staff, Lisa did all the work with the calendar. So all the credit goes to her in being able to listen and put together like the vision of us as a board. Trustee Mantooth.
If I had the opportunity to also attend the ribbon cutting for the Vet Tech facility, and I felt like I had walked into the set of a science fiction movie, you know, complete with a mock-up of, well, a real operating theater. Just unbelievable. And speaking of stuffed animals, I also appreciated the levity of the nickname they gave the full-size horse, Charlie Horse.
Thank you, Trustee Mantooth. Trustee Pachowski.
I attended the Ventura County Taxpayers Association, where there was a presentation for from the Ventura County Transportation Commission. They included mention of the fact that our students can actually ride the VCTC buses at no cost to them. So I just wanted to point that out to everybody. I'm sure most people in this room are already aware of that. That same day, I was able to attend the Strategic Planning Forum over at Ventura College, along with the student trustee Whalen. On the following day, February 20th, we were both again at the Strategic Planning Forum at Moore Park College. I would have liked to have attended the one at Oxnard College that afternoon, but unfortunately I did have a meeting scheduled previously with Moore Park City Manager Troy Brown at the same time as that forum. He is actually interested in collaborating with us even more than we already are. On February 24th, I attended the Moore Park High School Spring Academic Awards Night, where they included recognition for the Moore Park High School students who were enrolled in the dual enrollment program for the very first time. February 25th, we had our PASS committee meeting, and immediately after that, I went over to the Vet Tech Lab grand opening over in Santa Paula. Wonderful new facility. There was and in fact, there was a rather cool picture of student trustee Whalen, myself, and Vice President Greg Anderson that appeared on social media. February 26th, I attended the Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce Legislative Advocacy Forum. We did hear from Melissa Giller from the Reagan Library, and they've got some really cool events coming up. They just switched out the Dead Sea Scrolls. If you haven't gotten a chance to go see them, they have to change them out because of their agreement with the Israeli government. They have to change them out every 3 months. And so that day they were actually changing them out. There's going to be a very brief period of like 2 weeks in April where they're going, I forget which one it was going to be, where they're going to have one in particular is going to only be available for about 2 weeks though in mid-April. So if there's a time to get over there, that might be the time. I also attended that morning a webinar from the Community College League of California discussing the U.S. Department of Education's Dear Colleague letter, and I also met with the leadership from the AFT that morning. On March 1st, on a bit of a sad note, I attended the memorial service for Simi Valley Mayor Fred Thomas. It was evident to everyone that attended how much he loved the city of Simi Valley. Then on last Wednesday, March 5th, I was at the Moore Park Chamber Government Affairs meeting, and I followed that with the new trustee orientation. I want to thank everybody for putting that together for me. That was very helpful. We saw a good chunk of it tonight with the budget presentation. I want to again thank staff for all the information for tonight. And then finally, yesterday, I was happy to be at the Simi Valley City Council meeting, where I was able to support Moore Park College President Sokanu, who was presenting to the Simi Valley City Council. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Trustee Lichtel.
I do want to thank President Sakanu for a tour of their campus last week, along with Debbie Klein, and it was very informative and really appreciated that time. And then also I was pleased to hear about the Oxnard College celebrating Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. Obviously important for our community and for our students. I'm currently serving as a administrator at a school for all special needs students who actually we will be visiting your campus next Wednesday. So I look forward to that campus tour, as we do have students that are looking forward to enrolling at Oxnard College through our district. So I look forward to that. And then National Women's History Month, obviously celebrating on our campus. So I want to commend all of our women leaders and really just mention that the most important woman in history, in my opinion, is my mother. And I say that kind of tongue in cheek, but you know, my family comes from Cuba. We're political refugees. My mother, my father were split up by necessity, not because they wanted to. My father came here before my mother, about a month ahead of time, before she was able to get her leave from Cuba. My father escaped, but my mom came with two daughters, and my parents, with absolutely no means, very little means, really carved out a wonderful life for myself and my family. And, you know, I have a lot of gratitude for her. And on this month, I think it's important to celebrate all of our mothers. So take that time to tell your mom how much you appreciate her. Doesn't have to only happen on Mother's Day. We can celebrate our mothers all month. But just really grateful and really feel blessed that my parents, with very little, were able to really create the opportunity for myself and my family to really have a great life. And we have a lot to be grateful for. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lichtel. And following Trustee Lichtel, family is definitely important. And just like your mom, definitely my mom has been my role model. And part of the reason I am here is because of my mom. And literally here, like sitting here at the dais, it's because of my mom. And some of you maybe got to see her whenever we kind of get to sworn in. And she went with me to the Rebozo Festival, like my mom, come with me. And I just want to thank the entire board, my colleagues, for tonight. I felt it was a conversation we were able to share different perspectives in a very respectful way. And that's important. It's really when we come together and we see our diverse perspectives, is being able to do so and do so respectfully. This is our time that we come together. So I wanted to thank everyone for that. For the entire staff, thank you for being here. There was even some laughter, I think, when we had our student trustee present on the stuffed animals. So I just want to thank everyone for your hard work. You don't go unnoticed. We look at every single one of your faces that you're here, still with a smile and being present. And thank you for the work that you do at the colleges. You're really doing it. And so anything that we can do to support you, we are here. And I say that every single time, and I won't get tired of it, because you need to hear how much you are loved. And I'm saying the word loved because when you love, that is the work of justice, of social justice, truly is love, and being able to take care of our students, of the needs of coming together and celebrate and uplift each other. So with that, have a wonderful evening. Try to rest as much as you can. I know some of you might get up like at 6. I get up at 4:30. So try to rest. Have a beautiful night, and we will see you next month. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you, trustees.